I never believed in ghosts, or demons, or any of the stories people whisper about old houses and abandoned places. I used to laugh at horror movies, scoff at urban legends, and shake my head when people swore they had seen something lurking in the shadows. That was before I stepped into the house on Black Hollow Road. That was before I realized some stories aren't just stories. It started as a dare, the kind of foolish thing you do when you're young and trying to prove something. My friends and I had been drinking, talking about local legends, and when someone mentioned the house, I rolled my eyes and called it ridiculous. No one had lived there for years, and the rumors about it were the kind of thing meant to scare kids and keep thrill seekers away. I wasn't impressed. I should have been. They dared me to spend the night inside alone. No phone, no flashlight, just me, a single candle, and my own disbelief. The rules were simple. I had to stay until sunrise. I accepted without hesitation. It was just an old house, after all. What was the worst that could happen? The air felt wrong the moment I stepped through the front door. Stale and heavy, like something had been trapped inside for years, waiting. The house was silent, but not the kind of silence that felt natural. It was thick, pressing in on me, making every breath feel too loud. My candle flickered as I moved through the dusty hallway, casting shadows that seemed to stretch and reach for me, though I told myself it was just my imagination. I set up in what must have once been the living room, an empty space with a crumbling fireplace and a few broken pieces of furniture scattered across the floor. The candle's dim glow barely pushed back the darkness, but I refused to let fear take root. I sat against the cold, wooden wall and waited. At first, nothing happened. An hour passed, then two. I felt stupid. The house was just that, a house. Old, abandoned, creaking with the weight of time, but nothing more. I started to doze off, the flickering light dancing behind my closed eyelids. Then, a sound jolted me awake. A whisper. It was faint, almost too soft to hear, but unmistakable. My blood ran cold. The room was empty. I knew it was empty, but the sound had been close, just behind me, like someone was leaning in to speak into my ear. I turned sharply, candle in hand, but there was nothing, just shadows shifting in the dim light. I told myself it was the wind, even though there was no wind. I told myself it was my mind playing tricks, even though my gut screamed otherwise. The whisper came again. This time, I heard it clearly. It wasn't words, not exactly, but it carried an unmistakable tone, laughter, soft, slow mocking. A chill ran down my spine, and my grip on the candle tightened. I scanned the room, my eyes darting to every corner, every shadow, every space where something, or someone, could be hiding. But there was nothing, just empty air and the sound of my own breath. I wanted to leave. The thought slammed into me with a force I couldn't ignore. I needed to get out. But when I stood up, something changed. The candle went out. Total darkness swallowed me. The air shifted, a pressure pushing against me, surrounding me. I couldn't see, couldn't move. And then, just as panic threatened to consume me, I felt it. A hand, ice-cold fingers brushed against my neck. I ran. I don't remember how I found my way to the door. I only remember bursting out into the night, gasping for air, the cold wind burning my lungs. My friends were waiting outside, laughing, expecting me to tell them I had gotten scared over nothing. I didn't say a word. I just kept walking, leaving them behind, leaving that house behind, trying to convince myself that I had imagined it all. I never spoke about what happened. I never told anyone about the whisper, or the laughter, or the feeling of something touching me in the dark. I tried to forget, but the house didn't forget me. The nightmares started soon after. I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart racing, the echoes of that whisper still lingering in my ears. I saw shadows move where they shouldn't, caught glimpses of something just out of sight. I told myself it was my imagination, the lingering effects of a bad night. But deep down, I knew better. And then, one night, I woke up to find my bedroom door open. I always locked it before bed. Always. I sat up, my breath catching in my throat. The hallway beyond was pitch black, an abyss of shadows and silence. I told myself to get up, to close the door, to lock it again, but I couldn't move. Because I wasn't alone, a figure stood in the doorway, barely visible in the darkness. And then, softly, just as before, it whispered my name. I wanted to scream, to move, to do anything, but my body refused to obey. My breath was shallow, ragged, the silence pressing against me like a weight I couldn't lift. The figure in the doorway didn't move, didn't make a sound beyond that whisper. My name. It had spoken my name. The darkness around it was thick, swallowing what little light crept in from the street outside. I couldn't make out its face, couldn't see anything but the vague outline of something human-shaped, standing there, waiting. My heart pounded, so hard it felt like it might burst from my chest. I clenched the blanket in my fists, fingers digging into the fabric, trying to ground myself. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real. But the longer I stared, the more I knew I was wrong. The figure took a step forward. The floor didn't creak beneath its weight. No sound, no disturbance, just movement, silent and unnatural. My instinct screamed at me to run, but fear kept me paralyzed. My mouth was dry, my tongue useless. I wanted to ask what it was, what it wanted, but no words came. And then the whisper came again. Closer. Why did you leave? I sucked in a sharp breath, a shudder racking my entire body. The voice wasn't distant anymore. It was right beside me, but the figure was still in the doorway. My stomach twisted with something deeper than fear. Pure, primal terror. Something was in the room with me. A shift in the air, a faint, almost imperceptible pressure against the mattress beside me. I felt it before I saw it. A dip, as if someone had just sat down next to me. The figure in the doorway remained still, but I wasn't looking at it anymore. My eyes were drawn to my bed, to the empty space beside me that wasn't empty at all. The whispering grew softer, almost gentle. You shouldn't have left. The pressure beside me increased, and I felt it, fingers, impossibly cold, brushing against my arm. A sensation so real, so undeniable, that my body finally obeyed its instincts. I lurched out of bed, stumbling backward, my legs nearly giving out beneath me. My hand shot out, fumbling for the light switch, and the moment I flipped it on, everything vanished. The figure in the doorway, the presence beside me, the pressure, the whisper, all of it, gone. But the door was still open, and I knew, deep in my bones, that it hadn't been a dream. I barely slept that night. Every creak of the house, sending shivers down my spine. I told myself I was imagining things, that I was just shaken from my experience in the house on Black Hollow Road. But some part of me knew the truth. It had followed me home. The next few days were worse. I tried to go about my life as if nothing had happened, but the feeling never left me. The weight in the air, the sense that I was never truly alone. It wasn't just paranoia. I would catch glimpses of movement in the corners of my vision, hear soft, distant laughter when the house was empty. My reflection in the mirror seemed off, like something else was looking back at me, just beneath the surface. And then, one night, I woke up to something far worse. I couldn't move. My eyes snapped open, my breath frozen in my chest. Sleep paralysis. I had heard of it before, knew what it was. But this felt different. My body was completely locked, my limbs useless. But I was aware, too aware. The room was dark, but not empty. I felt it before I saw it. The presence, the weight in the air was unbearable, pressing down on me, suffocating. My eyes darted frantically around the room, searching, pleading for some sign that I was alone. And then I saw it, at the foot of my bed. A figure, the same one, except now I could see more. Its face, or what should have been its face, was wrong. Twisted, hollow eyes that seemed to drink in the darkness, a mouth that stretched too wide, as if it had tried to mimic human features, but failed. Its body was unnaturally thin, draped in shadows that clung to it like a second skin. And it was watching me. I tried to scream. Nothing came out. It moved. Not like a person. Not like anything human. It shifted, jerked, appearing closer without actually stepping forward. One moment it was at the foot of my bed. The next, it was beside me. The whisper came again. You let me in. Terror like I had never known flooded through me. I wanted to thrash, to fight, to run, but I couldn't even blink. My heartbeat slammed against my ribs, my breathing shallow and erratic. It leaned in closer, its face inches from mine. You can't leave me behind. The pressure on my chest grew unbearable. I felt myself sinking, like the bed was swallowing me whole, pulling me down into something deeper, darker. My vision blurred, my mind screaming, desperate to break free. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it was over. I bolted upright, gasping for air. The room was empty. The weight was gone. But I wasn't alone. Something was still here. I could feel it. I never slept in that room again. The next day, I did something I had sworn I would never do. I went back to the house on Black Hollow Road. I needed answers. I needed to know what I had let in. The air was heavier than before, the house looming like a living thing, watching me with unseen eyes. The door creaked open without resistance, as if it had been expecting me. The moment I stepped inside, I knew I had made a mistake. The whisper was waiting. Welcome back. The candle I had left behind was still there, melted into a puddle of wax on the wooden floor. The room was the same, broken, empty, abandoned. But it wasn't empty. Not really. Something moved in the shadows, just beyond my vision. The air crackled, thick with something unseen, something ancient. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to speak. What do you want? Silence. Then laughter. Soft, distant, but surrounding me. You already know. A cold dread settled deep in my bones. This thing, whatever it was, I had brought it with me that night. I had let it in. And now, it wasn't just in my house. It was in me. I backed away, my breath shaky, my pulse racing. I didn't know what to do, how to fight something I couldn't see. But I knew one thing for certain. It wasn't going to let me go. Not ever. I ran. I didn't think about it. I just turned and sprinted out of that house, my legs moving before my mind could catch up. The floorboards groaned beneath my feet, the open doorway feeling impossibly far away, stretching, shifting, as if the house itself was trying to keep me inside. The laughter followed me, curling around my ears, slipping into my thoughts, becoming a part of me. My name slithered through the walls, through the floor, through my own skin. It wasn't just a whisper anymore. It was inside me, in my bones, pressing against my lungs, filling my mouth like a taste I couldn't get rid of. I hit the doorway with such force that I stumbled forward onto the overgrown porch, my hands scraping against the splintered wood. The moment my body crossed the threshold, the air changed. The weight, the suffocating pressure, the presence, it was all gone. Just like that. I sat there for a moment, panting, staring at the empty doorway. The house stood silent, unmoving, as if nothing had happened, as if I had imagined everything. But I knew better. I scrambled to my feet and ran to my car, hands trembling as I fumbled with the keys. The engine roared to life, but I barely heard it over the blood pounding in my ears. My foot slammed the gas pedal, and the house on Black Hollow Road disappeared in my rearview mirror, swallowed by the trees, by the dark, by whatever lived inside it. But I knew it wasn't over. The feeling didn't leave me. It followed me. I barely made it home before exhaustion took over, my body crashing the moment I locked the door behind me. I collapsed onto the couch, my mind spinning, my limbs too weak to carry me any further. The house was quiet still, but the silence wasn't comforting. It was heavy, charged, like the air before a storm. I forced myself to breathe, to focus, to tell myself that I was safe. But deep down, I knew I wasn't. Sleep didn't come easy. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt it. A weight on my chest, a shadow in the corner, the whisper just beyond my reach. My body would jolt awake before I could slip too deep, my skin crawling with the sensation of being watched. At some point, exhaustion won. I drifted into a restless, uneasy sleep, my dreams filled with dark hallways, unseen figures, hands reaching from the void, and always the laughter. I woke up gasping, my body covered in sweat, the room still shrouded in early morning darkness. My heart pounded against my ribs as I struggled to shake the lingering dread. But something was wrong. The air felt different, the silence heavier than before. And then I noticed it. My bedroom door was open. I always kept it shut. Always. A shiver ran down my spine, my breath catching in my throat. I sat up slowly, my body tense. My eyes locked on the dark hallway beyond the doorway. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just listened. And then, from the hallway, something moved. A soft creak, a shift in the air. My pulse slammed into overdrive, my fingers gripping the blanket so tightly they ached. The darkness beyond the door was thick, impenetrable, but I knew something was there, watching me. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, my fingers shaking as I turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the dark, landing on an empty hallway. Nothing, just shadows stretching along the walls. But the feeling didn't go away. I forced myself to get up, my legs weak, my body screaming at me to stay put. But I couldn't ignore this. I needed to see. I stepped into the hallway, my breath slow, controlled, the light from my phone barely illuminating the space around me. I moved toward the living room, my skin prickling with every step. And then I saw it, the front door, wide open. A cold wave of terror crashed over me. I knew I had locked it. I had checked it, double-checked it. There was no way. No way. But there it was, standing open, the night air creeping in, silent and waiting. I swallowed hard, my hands trembling as I stepped closer. I reached out, fingers brushing against the cold doorknob. The moment I touched it, a whisper drifted through the air. "Let me in." I yanked my hand back, my pulse hammering so hard I thought my ribs might crack. The voice was right behind me. Close. Too close. I spun around, the flashlight shaking in my grip, the beam bouncing wildly across the darkened living room. Nothing, but I felt it. The presence, the weight in the air, pressing against my skin, wrapping around me like an unseen force. My breath hitched as I backed away, my body screaming for me to run, to do something. But I was frozen. And then footsteps, soft, deliberate, coming from the hallway. I turned, the light catching movement just beyond my bedroom door. A shadow, a figure standing just out of reach of the beam. Watching, my entire body went cold. It wasn't just in the house. It had always been in the house. Waiting. The whisper came again, curling around my ears, slipping into my skull. "You brought me home." Something moved in the darkness. The shape shifted, stretching, twisting in a way that defied logic. My breath caught in my throat as I stumbled backward, my heart slamming against my ribs. Then the lights flickered, a single second of darkness. And when they came back on, it was right in front of me. A face that wasn't a face. Hollow black eyes, a mouth too wide, stretched into something that almost resembled a smile. Shadows clung to its skin like something alive, writhing, shifting. And then, everything went black. I woke up in my bed. Daylight streamed through the window, casting soft, golden light across the room. Birds chirped outside, the sound normal, grounding. My head throbbed, my body aching as if I had run for miles. For a moment, I thought it had all been a dream, a horrible, vivid nightmare. But then, as I sat up, something cold twisted in my gut. The bedroom door was open, and deep inside my mind, beneath the waking thoughts, beneath the illusion of normalcy, a whisper lingered. Soft, gentle, waiting. "You can't leave me behind." I sat frozen, staring at the open doorway, my breath shallow, my body unwilling to move. The morning light flooded in, soft and warm, but it felt wrong, out of place, like a veil draped over something rotten, something waiting just beneath the surface. My mind raced, trying to piece together what had happened, but there was a gap, A blank space where the memory should have been. The last thing I remembered was that thing. Its face. Its presence so close I could feel it breathing, though I doubted it needed to. And then nothing. Darkness. I forced myself to get up, my limbs stiff, my muscles aching as if they had been frozen in place all night. My phone lay on the nightstand, screen cracked, the battery drained. I didn't remember dropping it. I didn't remember coming back to bed. My skin prickled as I moved toward the door, every step slow, careful, as if I were testing the ground beneath me, afraid it might suddenly vanish. The hallway was empty, the living room bathed in golden light, untouched, as if the night before had never happened. But I knew better. The front door was closed now, locked. I checked it 3 times, turning the deadbolt, testing the handle. A faint dread settled in my stomach. Was I the one who locked it? Did I do it in some unconscious haze? Or had something else done it for me? The thought made my hands shake, and I clenched them into fists, trying to steady myself. I needed answers. I spent the next few hours going through my house, searching for anything that might prove to me that last night had been real. But there was nothing. No footprints, no signs of forced entry, no evidence of what I had seen. The rational part of me wanted to believe it had been some awful dream, a hallucination born from exhaustion and stress. But the rational part of me was drowning in doubt, suffocating under the weight of what I had felt, because the feeling hadn't left. The presence, it was still here, hidden beneath the surface, just out of reach. The day stretched on in a haze, each hour dragging by as I tried to pretend that everything was fine. I left the house for a while, driving aimlessly, the normalcy of the outside world both a relief and a taunt. People walked along the sidewalks, laughed in coffee shops, carried on as if nothing in the world had changed, as if I hadn't brought something back with me. I didn't want to go home. The thought of stepping back inside filled me with a quiet, creeping dread, but I had nowhere else to go. By the time the sun began to set, my chest was tight with anxiety, my fingers gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles ached. I sat in the driveway for nearly half an hour before forcing myself to move, my breath shaky as I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. The air was thick, heavy. I hadn't noticed it before, but now it was impossible to ignore, like the house itself was holding its breath, waiting. I locked the door behind me, the sound of the deadbolt sliding into place unnervingly loud. The silence pressed in, wrapping around me, settling into my skin. The temperature felt different, colder, though the thermostat read the same as it always did. My own home felt foreign, wrong, as if I had stepped into a replica of it rather than the real thing. I forced myself through my usual routine, dinner, television, anything to fill the space with normalcy. But the feeling never left. I kept glancing toward the hallway, toward the doorway of my bedroom, half expecting to see something standing there, watching. But the house remained still, silent. It wasn't until I went to bed that I realized how deep the unease had settled into me. Lying there in the dark, every sound felt amplified. The faint hum of the refrigerator, the creak of the house settling, my own breathing. I kept the bedside lamp on, unable to bring myself to sit in complete darkness. Sleep felt impossible, my body wound too tight, my mind racing. And then, just as exhaustion began to pull me under, a whisper, so quiet, so close, right by my ear. I'm still here. I shot upright, my chest tightening with panic, my breath coming in sharp, shallow gasps. The room was empty, but the air felt thick, charged, as if something had just moved through it. I grabbed my phone, the screen glaringly bright in the dark, my fingers shaking as I turned on the flashlight. I scanned the room, the hallway beyond, my pulse hammering so loudly I could hear it in my skull. Nothing, but I wasn't alone. I knew that now. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed awake, eyes locked on the doorway, every nerve in my body alert. The whisper didn't come again, but the presence remained, settling into the walls, the floor, the air itself. I felt it watching, waiting, patient. The next day, I left the house early, desperate for fresh air, for something real to hold on to. But no matter how far I drove, no matter how much time I spent away, I couldn't shake it. That quiet, creeping sensation that something was just behind me, just out of sight. The shadows seemed darker, stretching toward me when I wasn't looking. The air around me felt charged, as if I had stepped too close to an invisible storm. And then, the text started. I was sitting in my car, parked outside a coffee shop, trying to convince myself to go inside, to be around people when my phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. Just one word. Home. My stomach dropped. My hands went cold. I stared at the screen, my mind screaming at me to ignore it, to pretend it wasn't real. But before I could process it, another message came through. I'm waiting. A sharp, electric fear shot through me. My breath caught in my throat as I looked up, scanning the parking lot, the street, the people walking by. No one was looking at me. No one seemed out of place. But I felt it. That pull. That weight pressing against my chest. The phone buzzed again. This time a picture. My front door. Wide open. I dropped the phone, my heart slamming against my ribs, a sick wave of dread crashing over me. I was miles away. No one had a key. No one should be inside. But the door was open. I drove home faster than I ever had in my life, my fingers gripping the steering wheel so hard they ached. The whole way, I kept expecting something to be waiting for me. Some dark figure standing in my rearview mirror, some presence pressing against my shoulder. But the car remained empty. The dread, however, sat thick in my throat, choking me. When I pulled into the driveway, the door was closed, locked, just as I had left it. My hands trembled as I reached for the handle, my breath shuddering out of me in uneven gasps. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to leave, to never come back. But I couldn't. I stepped inside. The air was colder. Still, the silence wasn't just heavy, it was alive. The house felt different. I felt different, as if the thing that had been watching me had finally stepped out of the shadows, finally decided to make itself known. I moved slowly through the house, my ears straining for any sound, my body tense with anticipation. But nothing happened. No voices, no whispers, no movement. Just silence, until I reached my bedroom. The closet door was open. I never left it open. My breath hitched, my chest tight as I took a slow step forward. The darkness inside the closet was thick, unnatural, as if the light refused to reach it. My fingers hovered over the switch, my entire body screaming at me not to do it. But I needed to see. I flipped the light on. Empty. Relief flooded me, cold and brief. But as I turned away, I saw it. Something carved into the wall, deep gouges in the wood. For words, you let me in. And then, from behind me, a breath. Close, right against my ear. I spun around so fast that I nearly lost my balance, my pulse hammering so violently in my chest that it felt like my ribs would shatter. The room was empty. My eyes darted to every corner, the closet, under the bed, nothing. But the air was thick, charged with something unseen but undeniably there. I could feel it, pressing in from all sides, coiling around me like invisible tendrils. My breathing was erratic, shallow, my body locked in place as my brain struggled to process what had just happened. Had I imagined it? Had my paranoia gotten the best of me? But no, my skin still tingled with the sensation of breath against it. Warm, near, real. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I jumped violently, nearly crying out. With shaking fingers, I pulled it out, my heart climbing into my throat as I saw another message from the unknown number. This time, it wasn't a single word. It wasn't just a picture. It was a video. My hands were so unsteady that I almost dropped the phone as I tapped the message. The video was short, only about 10 seconds. At first, all I could see was darkness, nothing but the faint hum of static filtering through the speakers. And then movement. The screen flickered, the camera shaking slightly, as if someone was holding the phone but struggling to keep it steady. My stomach twisted into a cold, not as I saw what it was showing. My bedroom. The video was taken from inside my room, more specifically, from inside my closet. The louvered door was cracked open just enough to allow a narrow sliver of the room to be seen. My bed, the nightstand, the soft glow of the bedside lamp, and then me. I was sitting on the bed, my back facing the closet, my shoulders hunched with tension, exactly as I had been moments before. The realization sent an icy shiver down my spine. Someone had been in my closet. Someone had been watching me. And then, just before the video ended, something shifted in the darkness. A shape, a hand long, pale fingers pressing against the wooden slats of the closet door from the inside. And then, just as quickly, the video cut to black. I threw my phone onto the bed as if it had burned me, my breath coming in short, panic bursts. My entire body was shaking now, sweat slicking my skin despite the cold that had settled into my bones. I turned back toward the closet, my eyes wide, my pupils blown with terror. The door was open, the inside empty, but I knew better. It had been there. It had been watching, and now it wanted me to know. I forced my body to move, backing away from the closet slowly, keeping my eyes locked on it as if looking away would give it permission to step forward. My mind was racing, trying to find logic, reason, anything that could explain this. A break-in, a cruel prank? But no, that video, whatever was in it wasn't human. No person could stand so still, so silent, for so long. No person could breathe like that. I clenched my hands into fists, my nails digging into my palms to keep myself from spiraling. I had to get out. I grabbed my car keys from the nightstand and bolted. I didn't bother to turn off the lights, didn't bother to lock the door behind me. I just ran, throwing myself into my car and jamming the keys into the ignition with shaking fingers. The engine roared to life, but before I could shift into drive, my phone buzzed again. Another message. Another video. I didn't want to look. Every instinct in me screamed to throw the phone onto the floor and never touch it again. But some sick part of me, some deep, masochistic curiosity, made me pick it up. The message was shorter this time. Just 2 words. Too late. My vision blurred with fear, my throat tightening as I hesitated before playing the video. My fingers trembled as I tapped the screen, and as it started, I felt the last shred of warmth drain from my body. The video was taken from inside my car. It was shaky, moving, like someone was holding the phone at an angle, pointing it toward the back seat. At first, I couldn't understand what I was seeing. The dim interior light, casting long shadows over the seats. But then movement, a shape, something shifting, unfolding from the darkness, like a spider stretching its legs. And then eyes. 2 glistening, sunken pits, reflecting the dim light like wet glass, staring, unblinking, right at me. I didn't scream, I couldn't. The air in my lungs froze, my muscles locked in place as every fiber of my being screamed at me to move. I turned so fast my vision blurred, my hand slamming against the door handle, desperate to escape. But before I could open it, a hand. It shot out from the darkness of the back seat, pale and clawed, grabbing my shoulder with impossible force. My scream tore through the night as I thrashed, my body reacting on pure adrenaline, flailing wildly. My elbow connected with something solid, a sharp, inhuman hiss filling the car, and then nothing. I scrambled out of the vehicle, falling onto the pavement, my palms scraping against the rough asphalt. My breath was ragged, my chest heaving as I scrambled backward on all fours, my wide, terrified eyes locked onto the car. The interior was empty. The back seat was empty. But I knew it had been there. I didn't go back inside the house. I didn't even go back to the car. I ran. I didn't know where I was going, just away. My legs carried me down the street, past the dim glow of streetlights, past silent houses, my heart hammering like a drum in my chest. I could still feel the grip on my shoulder, the phantom pressure of those long, bony fingers. My skin burned where it had touched me, a deep, ice-cold ache that refused to fade. I ran until my legs gave out. collapsing onto the damp grass of an unfamiliar yard. My vision blurred, my body trembling violently, exhaustion and terror warring within me. I knew I couldn't stay there, couldn't just lie in some stranger's yard and hope whatever had followed me would simply disappear. But I couldn't go back, either. I pulled my phone from my pocket, my fingers numb, my breath still coming in ragged gasps. My thumb hovered over the call button, the emergency number already dialed, but I hesitated. What would I even say? That something was stalking me? That it had sent me videos from inside my own home, my own car? That it had grabbed me? They'd think I was insane. Maybe I was. Tears stung at my eyes as I gritted my teeth, forcing myself to focus. Think. I couldn't stay out in the open. I needed to go somewhere safe. But where? A hotel? A friend's house? I had no answers, only fear. And then, as I sat there, my body shaking, my mind spiraling, my phone buzzed one last time. A picture. With trembling hands, I opened it. My stomach twisted violently, while rising in my throat as I stared at the image. It was me, lying in the grass, right where I was sitting. But the picture wasn't taken from my phone. It was taken from behind me. A slow, suffocating dread settled into my bones, heavier than anything I had ever felt. My body refused to move, my breath catching in my throat as realization set in. I wasn't alone. Something was right behind me, watching, waiting, and I had nowhere left to run. I couldn't breathe. The weight of the air around me had thickened, pressing into my skin, suffocating me. My throat felt tight, as though unseen fingers were coiling around it, squeezing just enough to remind me that I was no longer in control. My fingers dug into the damp grass, my nails clawing at the earth beneath me as I struggled to gather the courage to turn around. But I couldn't. Every instinct, every primal survival mechanism within me screamed to stay still, to not acknowledge whatever was lurking just inches away. My mind raced through 1,000 possibilities, each one more horrifying than the last. What would I see if I turned? A shadowed figure? A twisted, gnarled face leering at me from the darkness? Or perhaps nothing at all, just the crushing, unbearable certainty that something had been there, watching me, and had vanished the moment I looked. A breeze rolled through the trees, cold and cutting, but it did nothing to quell the burning sensation at the back of my neck, the undeniable feeling of eyes burrowing into my skin. The street was empty, silent except for the faint hum of distant traffic. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, a deafening rhythm that matched the rapid rise and fall of my chest. My phone was still clenched in my trembling hands, the image of myself frozen on the screen, and behind me, nothing visible at least. My hands were so slick with sweat that I almost dropped the device, the blue light illuminating my paling face as I swallowed back the bile rising in my throat. I needed to move, now, but my limbs felt like they had turned to stone, rooted in place by the sheer terror that coursed through me. I knew, deep down, that if I stayed there any longer, something would happen, something terrible. My mind conjured the worst possibilities, hands emerging from the darkness to grab me, a voice whispering directly into my ear, the feeling of breath, warm and inhuman, against my skin. The thought sent a violent shudder down my spine, breaking whatever paralysis had gripped me. With every ounce of strength I had left, I forced my body to move. I lurched forward, stumbling onto my hands and knees, my breath coming out in short, panicked gasps. The moment I moved, the weight of that unseen presence seemed to lift, but the cold didn't fade. It clung to me, followed me, as if whatever was there was merely watching, waiting for my next mistake. I scrambled to my feet, nearly falling over again, and turned sharply to look behind me. My breath hitched, my entire body stiffening as my eyes darted wildly over the yard, the street, the trees. But there was nothing. The only thing behind me was the emptiness of the night, the stretch of pavement glowing dimly under flickering streetlights. But I knew better. It was there. I couldn't see it, but it was watching. I took a step back, My muscles coiled so tightly that I thought I might snap. Then another. My legs were weak, trembling beneath me, but I forced them to move. Every step felt like walking through quicksand, the heavy weight of fear dragging me down. I needed to get somewhere safe. But where? My house was out of the question. The car? No. That thing had already been inside it. I didn't know how, but it had. And if it could be there, it could be anywhere. I needed somewhere bright, somewhere with people, anywhere but here. I turned and ran. The cold air bit into my skin, the wind howling past my ears as my feet pounded against the pavement. I didn't know where I was going. I just ran. My mind screamed at me to look back, to check if it was following me, but I didn't dare. I was afraid of what I might see. I passed house after house, their darkened windows like hollow eyes watching my frantic escape. No lights, no movement, just silence, as if the entire world had fallen away, leaving me trapped in some cruel, endless nightmare. A gas station flickered into view ahead, its buzzing fluorescent lights cutting through the darkness like a beacon. My chest burned, my legs screamed in protest, but I pushed forward, my breath ragged as I stumbled into the parking lot. The convenience store was empty, save for a bored-looking cashier standing behind the counter, tapping at his phone. The sight of another human being nearly brought me to my knees. I rushed inside, the automatic door sliding open with a hiss, and collapsed against a shelf, my hands clutching my knees as I gasped for air. The cashier barely spared me a glance. "You good, man?" I couldn't speak. My lungs felt like they were on fire, my vision spinning. I wiped at my face, realizing too late that I was still shaking. The bright fluorescent lights should have made me feel safe, but they didn't. I still felt it, that cold, gnawing presence just beyond my line of sight. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see something standing just outside the glass doors, watching. Nothing. For now. I forced myself to stand, my fingers clutching my phone so tightly that my knuckles turned white. I needed to think. I needed a plan. But my thoughts were a jumbled mess, tangled with fear and exhaustion. I moved toward the counter, my voice hoarse when I finally spoke. "Do you have security cameras?" The cashier blinked at me, raising a skeptical eyebrow. "Yeah. Why?" I hesitated. What was I even going to say? That something was following me, that had been in my house, my car, standing behind me in the dark? I already knew how that conversation would go. He'd think I was crazy. Maybe I was, but I had to try. "Can you check them?" My voice was barely above a whisper. "The parking lot. Just check." He gave me a long, dubious look before sighing and setting his phone down. "All right, man. Chill." He turned to the small monitor behind the counter, tapping a few buttons. The screen flickered, shifting through different camera angles, the gas pumps, the aisles, the empty parking lot. My stomach churned as I watched the footage in real time, my fingers digging into the counter. Nothing. No dark figures. No impossible shadows. Just empty pavement and the dull hum of night traffic in the distance. The cashier looked back at me, unimpressed. Happy? No, not at all. I exhaled shakily, stepping back from the counter. Maybe I had lost it. Maybe the fear had gotten so deep into my bones that I was seeing things, feeling things that weren't real. I tried to convince myself of that, but deep down I knew. It was still out there. It was watching, and I had no idea what it wanted. I stayed in the gas station for hours, pacing the aisles, pretending to browse, my eyes darting to the doors every few seconds. The cashier had long since gone back to ignoring me, scrolling through his phone without a care in the world. I envied him. Eventually, exhaustion crept in, my body threatening to shut down from the sheer weight of everything. But I couldn't sleep. Not here. Not anywhere. I didn't leave until the sun began to rise, spilling pale light over the empty streets. The fear hadn't faded, but in the daylight it felt distant, like a nightmare I was trying to wake up from. I stepped outside, the cold morning air stinging my skin, and hesitated. Where could I go? Nowhere felt safe anymore. But I couldn't stay in the open. I needed answers. My phone buzzed. My heart nearly stopped. A new message. This time, there was no picture, no video, just words. You can't run forever. My blood turned to ice. I turned my phone off and shoved it deep into my pocket, as if that would make it go away. But I knew it wouldn't. It had already found me. It wasn't going to stop, and I didn't know if I could outrun it much longer. The morning light did little to ease the weight pressing down on me. The words from the text burned in my mind, repeating over and over like some sick mantra. You can't run forever. It wasn't a warning. It was a promise. The streets were empty, save for the occasional car rolling past. But they felt different, warmer, safer. Maybe that was just an illusion. Maybe the daylight was only delaying the inevitable. My feet felt heavy as I started walking, but I didn't know where I was going. Home was out of the question. The gas station? I couldn't stay there forever. A hotel? No, it would find me, no matter where I hid. The idea made me sick. The thought of sleeping in some unfamiliar room while that thing lurked in the dark. I glanced down at my phone, fingers hesitating over the power button. I didn't want to turn it back on. I didn't want to see another message, another photo, another reminder that this nightmare was still unfolding. But I needed to check. I needed to know if there was anything else, another clue, another sign that might tell me what the hell I was dealing with. My thumb hovered for a moment longer before pressing down. The screen flickered to life. No new messages. My call log was empty. The last message still there, taunting me in its simplicity. You can't run forever. I clenched my jaw, shoving the phone back into my pocket. My body was exhausted, my legs aching, my mind fogged with a combination of fear and sleep deprivation. I needed to think. I needed a plan. But every time I tried to piece one together, my thoughts scattered like dust in the wind. There was nowhere to go, no one to turn to. I was alone in this, whatever this was. I found myself drifting toward a small diner on the corner of an empty street. The neon open sign buzzed faintly in the early light, casting a red glow over the cracked sidewalk. The place looked deserted. A single waitress stood behind the counter, refilling a coffee pot, her back turned to the entrance. The bell above the door jingled as I stepped inside, the scent of burnt toast and cheap coffee hitting me immediately. The place was warm, but not in a comforting way. It felt stagnant, like time had stopped here long ago. I made my way to a booth near the window, sliding into the cracked vinyl seat. The waitress turned, her tired eyes locking onto mine. Morning. Coffee. I nodded without thinking, my fingers drumming anxiously against the tabletop. She poured the steaming liquid into a chipped mug and set it down in front of me, not bothering to ask if I wanted anything else. I didn't. My stomach was in knots, the mere thought of food making me nauseous. I wrapped my hands around the mug, letting the heat seep into my skin, grounding me, even if only for a moment. The waitress lingered for a second, as if debating whether to ask why I looked like I just crawled out of a grave, but she thought better of it and walked away. I stared at the coffee, my mind racing. I had to figure this out. There had to be something I was missing, some detail that could help me understand what was happening. I thought back to the first message, the first picture, the thing in the back seat of my car. Had it been there the whole time? Or had it only appeared after I received the message? The thought sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. I reached for my phone again, scrolling through my photos with hesitant fingers. Nothing unusual, just the same familiar images, random snapshots of my apartment, the occasional selfie, old vacation photos. And then, my breath caught in my throat. A new photo, one I hadn't taken. My hand trembled as I tapped on it, the image expanding to fill the screen. My stomach lurched. It was me, sitting in the diner, right now. The exact position I was in, my hands wrapped around the coffee mug, my face pale and exhausted. But it was taken from outside, from the street. Someone, or something, was watching me. I jerked my head up, my eyes darting to the window. The street outside was empty. Nothing but the distant hum of traffic, the occasional pedestrian walking by without a care in the world. My breath came in shallow gasps as I scanned the sidewalk, my heart hammering against my ribs. It's here. It's watching. I stood abruptly, the chair scraping against the floor. The waitress glanced up from behind the counter, raising an eyebrow. "You okay?" I ignored her, my hands tightening around my phone. I needed to leave. Now. But where? If it could find me here, it could find me anywhere. My legs felt like they were filled with lead as I forced myself to move, stepping toward the door with slow, deliberate steps. The bell jingled as I pushed it open, the cold morning air hitting me like a slap. My eyes scanned the street again. Nothing, but I knew better than to trust what I saw. I forced myself to walk, my fingers twitching at my sides. Every step felt wrong, like I was being led somewhere I didn't want to go. The air felt thicker, heavier, pressing down on me like a physical force. I wanted to run. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, but I knew that wouldn't change anything. You can't run forever. I turned a corner, my breath catching as I nearly collided with a figure standing in the shadows between two buildings. My body seized, every muscle locking in place as my eyes adjusted to the dim light. It wasn't a man. Not really. It was tall, impossibly so, its limbs too long, its body wrapped in something dark, shifting, like a living shadow. I couldn't see its face. There was no face, just a void where one should be. A sound crawled through the air, low, guttural, a whisper that wasn't a whisper at all. My knees buckled, my vision swimming as the thing took a step forward, its movement slow, deliberate, as if savoring the moment. The world tilted around me, my head pounding with a pressure that felt like it was coming from inside my skull. The air thickened, a suffocating weight pressing into my chest, my lungs refusing to expand. I tried to move, to step back, to do something, but my body betrayed me. My limbs felt distant, disconnected, as if they no longer belonged to me. My vision blurred, the edges of my sight darkening, closing in. The thing took another step, the shadows around it writhing like living things. It didn't speak. It didn't need to. The message was clear. I wasn't getting away. My phone vibrated in my pocket, the sudden sensation, snapping me back, just enough to break the paralysis. My fingers fumbled as I yanked it out, my vision still hazy, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Another message. Stop fighting it. My stomach turned. The pressure in my head intensified, a deep, piercing pain that made my vision white out for a split second. The thing was closer now, almost within reach, its presence overwhelming, suffocating. My phone slipped from my fingers, hitting the pavement with a dull thud. I don't remember making the decision to run. One moment I was frozen, staring into the abyss of that faceless void, and the next, I was moving, my legs carrying me away with a force I didn't know I had left. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't care. I just needed to get away. My heart pounded against my ribs, my breath coming in sharp, painful bursts. The streets blurred past me, buildings melting into meaningless shapes as I ran faster than I ever had before. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The world around me felt wrong, stretched, distorted, as if I were running through a place that no longer followed the rules of reality. The streetlights flickered violently, their glow twisting into elongated, unnatural shapes. My own shadow stretched out ahead of me. Too long, too dark, as if something else had taken hold of it. My vision swam, my lungs burning, my mind screaming. I turned another corner, and everything stopped. The air went silent. The city around me froze, the sounds of traffic, the distant chatter of pedestrians gone. I stood in the middle of an empty street, my chest rising and falling in ragged breaths. The world felt hollow, like something had been stripped away, leaving only an echo of what had been. And then, slowly, deliberately, a shadow stretched toward me from the end of the street. Long, dark, writhing. I wasn't alone, and I never would be again. The shadow moved toward me with a slow, creeping inevitability, like ink bleeding across a page. swallowing everything in its path. I wanted to move, to turn and run, but my legs refused to obey. The air had changed again, thicker, heavier, pressing down on me like an invisible weight. My breaths came in sharp, shallow gasps, my lungs burning from the run. But it wasn't exhaustion holding me still. It was something else, something wrong. The city around me felt like it had been hollowed out, stripped of life. The streets that had once been filled with movement, the distant hum of voices and cars, were now eerily silent. No wind, no rustling leaves, no distant horns. Just me. And it. I forced my eyes away from the shadow, trying to find anything, any sign of life, any indication that I wasn't trapped in some twisted nightmare. But the world was different now. The buildings, once solid and familiar, looked stretched, warped, as if reality itself had been altered. The streetlights cast long, flickering beams, their glow unstable, pulsating like dying stars. My head throbbed, a dull, insistent ache spreading through my skull. I could feel it, not just in front of me, but around me, suffocating, watching, waiting. A deep, guttural hum filled the silence, vibrating through my bones, making my vision blur. The shadow was closer now, shifting, undulating as it moved, its shape never quite the same. It was a void, a living absence, a thing that should not exist but did, and it wanted me. The moment stretched into eternity, my heartbeat the only sound in the empty world. Then the humming stopped, and it spoke. Not in words, not in sound, but in something deeper. A presence invading my mind, slithering through my thoughts like a parasite burrowing into flesh. My knees buckled, my vision tilting, darkness creeping at the edges. You see now, don't you? The voice wasn't a voice at all. It was a sensation, a violation, something whispering through the cracks of my consciousness, filling the spaces between my thoughts. I clutched my head, my fingers digging into my scalp as if I could physically tear it out. But it was inside me now. Asterisk, you can't run. You never could, asterisk. I let out a strangled gasp, stumbling backward, but my body felt disconnected, weightless. The world around me warped further, the buildings bending in impossible angles, the sky darkening, despite the fact that the sun had been rising just minutes ago. Reality itself was crumbling, or maybe I was. My fingers twitched, reaching for my phone, my last tether to the real world. But it wasn't there. My pocket was empty. I dropped it, back in the alley, back when I first saw it. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I was alone. The shadow swelled, growing taller, darker, stretching its limbs, if they could even be called that, toward me. The air around it warped, the very fabric of space trembling in its presence. And then it stepped forward. My body finally obeyed, lurching backward in sheer panic, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. My feet barely found traction on the shifting ground, the street beneath me no longer feeling solid. It was like running through water, each step dragging me down, slowing me, pulling me toward it. I didn't know where I was going. There was nowhere to go. The city had become an endless maze of distorted streets and empty buildings, stretching into nothingness. The light overhead flickered erratically, the world pulsing as if struggling to hold itself together. I turned down another street, my vision swimming, my mind screaming for escape. But there was nothing, just more empty roads, more twisted structures, more wrongness. Then I saw it, a door. It stood alone at the end of the street, unattached to any building. A simple wooden door painted a deep, blood-red color. It shouldn't have been there. Nothing about it made sense, but instinct screamed at me to move toward it. My legs obeyed before my brain could catch up, my feet slamming against the pavement as I ran, my chest heaving with exertion. The door seemed to pulse, a deep, rhythmic thrum vibrating through the air. It was calling me. I didn't stop to question it. I reached for the handle, my fingers wrapping around the cold metal, and yanked it open. Darkness swallowed me whole. I stumbled forward, falling, my body twisting through nothingness, weightless and disoriented. There was no floor, no walls, no anything. just an endless void stretching in all directions. Panic surged through me, my hands flailing for something to grasp, but there was nothing. My stomach lurched as I felt myself falling, even though there was no ground to fall toward. And then, I landed. The impact sent a jolt of pain through my legs, my knees buckling as I hit solid ground. The air was thick, heavy, pressing down on me like an invisible force. I gasped, my breath shaky, my hands pressing against the floor beneath me. It was smooth, cold, like polished stone. The darkness around me wasn't absolute anymore. A faint glow pulsed in the distance, illuminating the space with a sickly, unnatural light. I forced myself to stand, my legs trembling beneath me. The room, if it could even be called that, was vast, stretching endlessly in all directions. The light source pulsed like a dying heartbeat, casting long, distorted shadows across the smooth floor. The air smelled of something rotten, something old. And then I heard it, a whisper. It came from everywhere and nowhere all at once, a soft, insidious murmur slithering through the darkness. My breath caught in my throat. The whisper grew louder, layering over itself, overlapping voices speaking in a language I didn't understand. They were getting closer. I turned sharply, my eyes scanning the darkness, searching for the source. My body tensed, every muscle coiled like a spring. The whispering reached a crescendo, a chaotic chorus of voices overlapping, merging into something wrong. And then, from the darkness, it emerged. Not the shadow from before. Something worse. It crawled on all fours, its limbs too long, its joints bending in unnatural ways. Its skin, or what was left of it, hung in tattered, rotting strips, exposing sinew and bone beneath. Its face was a hollow void, a gaping maw of endless blackness. And yet, I knew it was looking at me, watching me. A sound escaped its throat, a wet, guttural clicking that sent a shiver down my spine. It moved in sharp, jerky motions, its body contorting as it crept closer, its fingers, long, clawed, skeletal, scraping against the smooth floor. The whispering didn't stop. If anything, it grew louder, more urgent, a cacophony of voices screaming in my mind. I took a step back. It lunged. I barely had time to react before it was on me, its claws swiping through the air where my face had been a second before. I hit the ground hard, my head slamming against the stone. Pain exploded through my skull, my vision blurring. The thing loomed over me, its hollow face inches from mine, the stench of decay rolling off it in waves. I tried to move, to push it away, but it was too strong. Its claws dug into my shoulders, pinning me down, its breath, a foul, rancid heat, washing over my skin. The whispers changed, no longer chaotic. Now they spoke to me. Give in. The thing's grip tightened, its claws sinking deeper, drawing blood. My vision darkened at the edges, my limbs growing weak. The whispers burrowed deeper into my mind, wrapping around my thoughts like vines, squeezing, suffocating. Give in. My body began to go numb, my thoughts unraveling. The darkness around me pulsed, growing, consuming. I felt myself slipping, my consciousness fraying at the edges. The thing leaned closer, its hollow face inches from mine. And then, I screamed, not in fear, not in pain, in defiance. The sound tore through the darkness, splitting the whispers apart, shattering the suffocating weight pressing down on me. The creature recoiled, its grip loosening for a fraction of a second, just long enough. I surged upward, shoving it off me with every ounce of strength I had left. It screeched a shrill, I woke up to the sound of tapping. At first, I thought it was my mind playing tricks on me, the remnants of a dream bleeding into reality. But then it came again, slow, deliberate, almost like fingers drumming against glass. My heart tightened. I lived alone. I had no pets. The only window in my bedroom was shut, and the wind outside was still. I forced myself to sit up, listening, my breath shallow. The tapping stopped. Silence stretched through the room, thick and unnatural. Maybe it had been my imagination. Maybe I was just tired. But as I lay back down, I heard it again, closer this time. I reached for my phone, the glow of the screen illuminating the darkness, but before I could unlock it, the tapping turned into scratching. My skin crawled as I pinpointed the sound. It was coming from inside the closet. My closet. A cold wave of fear washed over me. I hadn't opened that closet in days. My fingers hovered over my phone screen. Call someone? Who? The police. And tell them what? That I heard scratching inside my own closet? I swallowed hard, tried to gather my thoughts. Maybe a rat had gotten inside. Maybe I had left a window open in another room, and it had climbed in. But even as I tried to convince myself, my gut screamed that something was wrong. The scratching stopped. A long, eerie silence followed. I waited, barely breathing, hoping, praying. It was over. Then, slowly, the door creaked open. My pulse pounded in my ears as I stared at the dark void of my closet, the open doorway, like a mouth swallowing the light from my phone. I could see nothing inside, just darkness, heavy and suffocating. My fingers clenched around the bedsheet as I fought the urge to move. I wanted to get up, to turn on the light, to see whatever was lurking inside, but I couldn't. I felt frozen, trapped by something unseen. A whisper slithered through the room. Soft, low, indistinct. My stomach dropped. My body screamed at me to run, but I didn't know where to go. The whispering grew louder, curling around me like fingers pressing against my skin. I tried to speak, but my throat was dry. I reached for the lamp on my nightstand, my hand shaking so badly I nearly knocked it over before finally turning it on. The light flooded the room, and the whispering stopped. The closet was open, but it was empty. Just clothes hanging limply, my old boxes stacked in the corner. Nothing out of place, nothing unusual. My breath came in ragged gasps as I scanned the room, trying to convince myself that it had all been in my head. I must have been dreaming, half asleep. That had to be it. I swung my legs off the bed, intending to close the closet door, but as I stood, I felt it, a shift in the air. The closet door slammed shut on its own. I jumped back, my heart hammering against my ribs. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, shining it around the room. My own shadow stretched grotesquely against the walls, but there was nothing else. No one else. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat there with every light on, my back pressed against the headboard, waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. When morning finally came, I convinced myself I had just imagined it all. Maybe stress, maybe exhaustion, but deep down I knew better. The next night, I locked the closet door. It made me feel slightly better, but not much. As I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, I told myself everything would be fine. That's when I heard it. A slow, deliberate creak. My blood turned to ice. The closet door was opening. I had locked it. I was sure of it. But now, as I turned my head, I saw it, inch by inch. It was swinging open again, revealing nothing but darkness. And then a shadow stepped out. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. The shadow that stepped out of my closet wasn't just a trick of the light. It had form. It had presence. It moved with purpose. The air in my room grew thick, heavy, suffocating. I gripped the bedsheet, so hard my knuckles turned white. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I was frozen in place, paralyzed by something beyond fear. The figure didn't walk. It glided, smooth, soundless. It was taller than me, taller than any human should be. Its shape was humanoid, but wrong, stretched unnaturally, like a silhouette of something that had never been human in the first place. I tried to convince myself it was a hallucination, a trick of my overtired mind. But then it stopped at the edge of my bed, and it crouched. My breath hitched. It was watching me, studying me. My heart pounded, so hard it felt like it would explode. The thing had no eyes, at least none that I could see, but I felt its gaze. It was tangible, a pressure pressing down on my chest like a physical weight. I clutched my phone, fumbling to turn on the flashlight, desperate for something, anything to break the suffocating darkness. But the moment I moved, the figure twitched. A low, guttural sound filled the room. Not quite a growl, not quite a whisper. a sound that seemed to vibrate through my bones. The air turned ice cold. My breath came out in shaky clouds, visible in the freezing room. I wanted to scream, but my throat was locked tight. The figure leaned closer. I could feel something radiating from it, not heat, but the opposite, a void, like the space around it had been sucked dry of life, of warmth, of anything real. Its presence was wrong, unnatural. My body screamed at me to move, to run, but I couldn't. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure straightened, and it turned. It glided back toward the closet, its movement smooth and silent, like a shadow slipping across the wall. But before it disappeared, it did something that made my blood turn to ice. It reached up, grasped the closet door with elongated fingers, and pulled it shut. Then the room was silent. I sat there shaking, staring at the closed closet door, my mind reeling. The air was still freezing. My skin prickled with cold sweat. My breath was ragged, uneven. I wanted to believe it had been a dream, but the fear was too real, the silence too oppressive. I could still feel the thing's presence lingering in the air. I didn't sleep. I stayed awake, lights on, foam clutched in my hands, watching the closet like my life depended on it. Because it did. Morning came, but the terror didn't fade. The closet door was still shut, just as the thing had left it. I debated leaving my apartment entirely, checking into a hotel, calling someone, anyone. But what would I even say? That a shadow had crawled out of my closet? That I was losing my mind? No one would believe me, but I had to do something. I forced myself out of bed, legs trembling beneath me. The floor was ice cold, the lingering chill from the night before refusing to dissipate. My fingers hovered over the closet door handle. I didn't want to open it, but I had to know. With a deep breath, I grabbed the handle and yanked the door open. Nothing, just clothes, boxes, the same mess I'd always left in there. I let out a shaky laugh, half hysterical. Maybe I really was going crazy. Maybe sleep deprivation had finally broken me. But then I saw it, the inside of the door. Long, jagged scratches ran down the wood, deep and uneven, as if something with claws had scraped against it, trying to hold on. My stomach twisted. My breath hitched in my throat. My fingers trembled as I traced the grooves, the rough edges where the wood had been torn apart. This wasn't my imagination. Something had been here, and it had gone back inside. I slammed the door shut and backed away, my pulse roaring in my ears. I needed to get out. I needed air, distance, anything to clear my head. I grabbed my keys and practically ran out of my apartment, not caring that I was still in my pajamas. I didn't stop walking until I was at a coffee shop down the street, sitting in the corner with a cup of something warm between my hands, trying to steady my breathing. People bustled around me, laughing, chatting, completely unaware of the terror I had faced the night before. The normalcy of it all made me feel even more unhinged. I spent the whole day out, wandering aimlessly, avoiding my apartment. But as night fell, I knew I had to go back. I couldn't just abandon my home. But I wasn't going back unprepared. I stopped by a hardware store and bought a heavy-duty padlock. If that thing wanted to come out again, it was going to have to fight for it. By the time I returned, the apartment was exactly as I had left it. The closet door remained shut, the scratches still there, taunting me. I worked quickly, installing the lock, making sure it was secure. My hands were still shaking, but at least now I had some control. That night, I slept with a knife under my pillow. Nothing happened. The next night, nothing. A week passed. Then two. The closet door remained locked. The air in my apartment was still normal, as if whatever had been there was truly gone. I started to believe that maybe I had beaten it. Maybe I had trapped it. Maybe I had won. But then, one night, I woke up to a sound I hadn't heard in weeks. Tapping. Not from the closet. From the ceiling. I froze, my entire body locking up with terror. The sound was faint, almost delicate, like fingers brushing against the drywall above me. My breath hitched as I slowly turned my head toward the ceiling. The tapping grew louder, more insistent. Then I heard something worse. A creak, like weight shifting, like something was crawling up there. The air in the room grew cold, that same unnatural chill I had felt before. I sat up slowly, my heart slamming against my ribs. My eyes darted toward the closet. The lock was still in place. The door was still shut. But whatever was in there, it had found another way out. The tapping turned into scraping. Long, deliberate drags of something sharp against the ceiling, moving closer. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was there, right above me. Then the scraping stopped. Silence. I stared at the ceiling, every muscle in my body tense, waiting, dreading. A single knock echoed from above. Then, slowly, horribly, a voice, a whisper. I'm still here. My blood ran cold. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The whisper slithered through the silence, curling around me like icy fingers. It wasn't just a sound. It carried a presence, a weight that pressed down on my chest. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body refused to obey. My mind raced through every possibility, every explanation, but none of them made sense. Nothing could explain the thing in my closet, the scratches, the freezing air. Nothing but the horrifying truth I had been trying so hard to ignore. I wasn't alone. The room felt darker now, the air thick and suffocating. My instinct screamed at me to turn on the light, to break the suffocating grip of the darkness. But I knew that the moment I moved, it would react. It was waiting, watching. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to think. The lock, the closet. I had sealed it away. It shouldn't have been able to escape. But the whisper had come from above. A slow, dragging sound scraped across the ceiling, as if something was shifting its weight, adjusting. My skin prickled. My fingers curled around the handle of the knife under my pillow, the only pathetic defense I had. My throat was dry. My heart slammed against my ribs so violently I was sure it could hear it. Then silence. The kind of silence that made you realize you were being hunted. I sat there for what felt like hours, every muscle in my body locked in place, waiting for something, anything to happen. But nothing did. And somehow that was worse. When the first rays of morning light crept through my blinds, I still hadn't moved. My body ached from staying rigid all night. My mind stretched to the breaking point. But I was still alive. I forced myself to look up. The ceiling was unmarked. No scratches, no holes. No sign of whatever had been there. But that didn't mean it was gone. I climbed out of bed on shaking legs, knife still clutched in my hand. My apartment felt different now, wrong. The walls seemed closer. The air was too still, as if the entire space was holding its breath. I grabbed my phone and dialed the first person I could think of. Jake. He picked up on the third ring. Dude, it's 7 in the morning, he groaned. I need you to come over. My voice was hoarse, barely above a whisper. Now, a pause. Then his tone shifted. What's wrong? I glanced up at the ceiling again, my stomach twisting. I don't know. He didn't ask any more questions. I'll be there in 20. I hung up and forced myself to move. The moment I stepped out of my bedroom, a wave of nausea hit me. The air was heavier here, thick with something unseen. I gritted my teeth and ignored it, heading straight for the kitchen. I needed coffee. I needed something to ground me. The machine whirred to life, filling the silence with something normal, something human. The sound soothed me, until I saw the hallway. My breath caught in my throat. The closet door was open. The padlock lay on the floor, snapped in half. The scratches on the inside of the door, they were deeper now. My stomach twisted violently. I gripped the counter, fighting the urge to run. This isn't happening. I had locked it. I had made sure. But now, the air shifted behind me. I turned too fast, my vision blurring. My breath hitched. Nothing, but I felt it. Something lingering just beyond my vision. Watching, waiting. A knock at the door made me jump so violently I nearly dropped the knife. Jake. I practically ran to the door, yanking it open so hard it rattled on its hinges. Jake took one look at me, and his expression darkened. Jesus, man, you look like hell. Get inside. I rasped, pulling him in and slamming the door shut behind him. He frowned. Dude, what's going on? You sounded. His eyes flickered toward the hallway. He saw the broken lock, the open closet. His face paled. What the? I locked it. I whispered. I locked it. He stared at me. What are you talking about? I swallowed. Something came out of there. Jake let out a short, nervous laugh, but it didn't reach his eyes. Come on, man. You probably just... He stopped. His gaze locked onto something behind me. His face drained of all color. A slow, creaking sound filled the air. The bedroom door was opening. Jake took a step back. Dude, he whispered. What the hell is that? I turned. The door was opening, but nothing was there. The room beyond was pitch black. Even the morning light streamed in through the windows. It was an unnatural, suffocating darkness, like a hole had been carved into reality itself. The cold hit me like a slap. It wasn't just a chill. It was the same void-like emptiness I had felt before, the same unnatural absence of warmth. Jake took another step back, his breath shaky. We need to get out of here. I wanted to run. Every part of me screamed to run. But then, the whisper returned. Low, slithering, curling through the air like smoke. You let me out. The darkness moved. A shape emerged from the black. Tall, wrong, shifting like shadow, trying to be human but failing. It glided forward, its movement smooth and unnatural, like it was swimming through the air. Jake made a strangled sound and bolted. I wasn't far behind. We burst through the front door, nearly tripping over each other in our desperate attempt to escape. The moment we crossed the threshold, the pressure in the air vanished. We didn't stop running. Not until we were 3 blocks away, panting and shaking. Jake grabbed my arm. What the hell was that? His voice was raw with terror. I couldn't answer, because I didn't know. All I knew was that I had made a mistake. I had locked the thing in my closet, thinking that would keep it trapped. But I never stopped to ask myself why it was there in the first place. And now, it was free. We stood there, gasping for breath. The early morning streets eerily quiet around us. My legs felt weak, barely able to hold me up. Jake's grip on my arm was tight, his fingers digging into my skin as if to anchor himself to reality. I could see the fear in his eyes, real fear, the kind that settled deep in your bones and never truly left. What the hell was that? He whispered again, his voice shaking. I swallowed hard, still unable to form an answer. My mind was spinning, replaying the way the darkness moved, the way it spoke. The whisper still echoed in my ears. You let me out. I felt sick. Jake ran a trembling hand through his hair, eyes darting back toward my apartment building. It loomed in the distance, the windows dark, lifeless. I knew, we both knew, that whatever had been in there was no longer confined to my closet. What do we do? Jake asked, barely above a whisper. I had no idea. We stood there in silence for what felt like an eternity. The morning sun rising higher, its warmth doing nothing to chase away the chill that had settled in my bones. I could still feel it, the presence, the weight of something unseen pressing against me. The thing that had lived in my closet, it was out now. And it wasn't done with me. We have to go back, I said, my voice hollow. Jake recoiled. Are you insane? His face was pale, his hands clenched into fists. That thing, whatever the hell it was coming for us. You want to walk back in there and give it another chance? I didn't want to. Every fiber of my being screamed against the idea. But this wasn't over. Running away wouldn't change that. It's not just in my apartment anymore, Jake, I said, forcing the words out. I let it out. Who knows where it'll go next? Jake's expression flickered, fear, doubt, then something else. Understanding. He knew I was right, but that didn't make it any easier. We had to end this. We made our way back, slowly, cautiously. Each step toward the building felt like walking into my own grave. The moment we stepped inside, the air changed. It was wrong. Too still. Too quiet. Like everything inside was waiting. The hallway stretched longer than it should have, the walls seeming closer, darker. My apartment door stood open, the darkness inside yawning like a hungry mouth. Something was in there, watching, waiting. Jake tensed beside me. I could feel his pulse hammering through his skin. I stepped forward. Wait, Jake hissed. You're seriously going in? I didn't answer. There was no point. I couldn't run from this. The moment I crossed the threshold, the temperature dropped. The air was thick, heavy, pressing against my skin like invisible hands. My breath came out in a thin mist. Jake followed, reluctantly, his hands clenched at his sides. The apartment looked normal. The kitchen, the hallway, the furniture, everything was still. But the silence was suffocating, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. Then the whisper came. You came back. I froze. Jake stiffened beside me, his breath hitching. The voice slithered through the air, low and amused. And then the lights went out. Total darkness swallowed us whole. Jake cursed under his breath. I heard him fumbling for his phone, but before he could turn on the flashlight, the whisper returned closer. You shouldn't have come back. The cold deepened, sinking into my bones. My fingers trembled as I pulled my own phone from my pocket, fumbling to turn on the flashlight. When the beam finally cut through the darkness, I almost dropped the phone. The shadows in the corner of the room moved. They weren't just shifting, they were forming something. A figure, tall, twisted, as if someone had taken a human shape and stretched it beyond recognition. Its limbs were too long, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. Its face, God, its face, was just a black void, shifting like ink, never staying in one form. Jake made a choking sound. The thing took a step toward us. The floor creaked beneath its weight, but it made no other sound. Then the whisper came again. You opened the door. Now I am free. My chest tightened. I wanted to run. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't move. Jake grabbed my arm. We have to go now. The thing took another step, and another. It was coming for us. I snapped out of my paralysis, grabbing Jake's wrist and yanking him toward the door. We ran. The moment we reached the hallway, the air shifted again. The walls bent, stretching like they were alive. The door to my apartment slammed shut behind us. Jake didn't stop running. Neither did I. We didn't stop until we were outside, gasping for air. This time, we didn't look back. I never went back to that apartment. Not to pack my things. Not to check if it was still there. I left everything behind. I don't know where it went. I don't know if it followed me. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I hear it. The whisper. You let me out. The old house at the end of Hollow Creek Road had been abandoned for as long as I could remember. It stood there like a forgotten relic, its paint peeling, its windows black and lifeless. The townsfolk never spoke of it, not even in hushed whispers. It was as if the house did not exist in their minds, as though acknowledging it would bring something terrible upon them. But for me, it was an obsession. Every time I walked past it, I felt something watching me from the shadows within. A presence, an invitation, a warning. I don't know what compelled me that night. Maybe it was boredom. Maybe it was the way the full moon hung low in the sky, casting eerie shadows across the overgrown yard. Or maybe it was the whisper I thought I heard when I stopped in front of the rusted iron gate. It was faint, almost indistinguishable from the wind, but I could have sworn it spoke my name. My breath hitched. I scanned my surroundings. Nothing. Just the road, empty and silent, stretching into the darkness behind me. My heart pounded as I pushed open the gate. It groaned in protest, rust flaking off as I stepped inside. The overgrown grass swallowed my feet with each step, as though the earth itself didn't want me to proceed. The front door loomed before me, slightly ajar, as if it had been waiting. The air around me felt heavier, thick with something unseen but undeniably present. I reached out, my fingers trembling, and nudged the door open. The inside was worse than I had imagined. Dust coated every surface, the air thick with the scent of rot and something else, something metallic. The floor creaked beneath my weight, and I hesitated, listening. Silence. Too much silence. Even the wind that had howled outside was now absent, as if the house had swallowed all sound. I took a cautious step forward, the old wood groaning beneath my feet. A shiver ran down my spine as I passed the decaying furniture, the faded wallpaper peeling in long, curling strips. My eyes caught a staircase leading upwards, its steps worn and splintered. A strange sensation crept over me, a feeling that something was up there, something waiting. The whisper returned, clearer this time, just beyond my ear. It wasn't the wind. It wasn't my imagination. It was a voice, low and rasping, calling my name. I turned sharply, my breath catching. The room behind me was empty, but the feeling of being watched intensified. My fingers curled into fists, nails biting into my palms. I should leave. I should turn around and walk out the way I came. But my feet didn't move. Instead, I found myself climbing the stairs, each step groaning louder than the last, as if warning me to stop. The hallway upstairs was worse than the rooms below. The walls were smeared with something dark, almost black in the dim light. The air was thick with the stench of decay. My eyes landed on a door at the end of the hall. Unlike the others, which were left open, this one was closed. Locked even. A strange sensation stirred in my chest, something between dread and compulsion. I pressed my hand against the door. It was ice cold beneath my palm. My breathing grew shallow as I twisted the knob. Locked. I hesitated, then knocked. The sound echoed down the hall. Silence. Then, a scraping noise from the other side. My pulse slammed against my ribs. I took a step back, my mind screaming at me to run. But the door creaked open. The darkness inside was suffocating. It seemed to stretch endlessly, swallowing the weak moonlight that filtered in from the hallway. My hand trembled as I reached for my phone, its flashlight barely piercing the void. Something moved at the edge of the beam, just a flicker, barely there. I swallowed hard, stepping inside. The floor was damp. My shoes made a sickening squelching sound. The air was colder than anywhere else in the house, pressing against me like unseen hands. I swung the light around, my breath hitching when it landed on the far wall. Words were carved into the wood, deep and jagged, as if scratched by something inhuman. Don't look at it. The whisper came again, but this time, it wasn't calling my name. It was a plea. A desperate, terrified whisper. Don't turn around. The hairs on my neck stood on end. My breath came in shallow gasps. I felt it now behind me. A presence. Heavy. Looming. The temperature plummeted, ice crawling up my spine. My body refused to move. My mind screamed at me to run, to get out, to never look back. But then I heard the breathing, right behind me. Slow, raspy. A cold breath brushed against my ear. I ran. I don't remember turning. I don't remember what I saw. But I remember the feeling, the crushing weight of something old and malevolent pressing against me, chasing me down the hallway, down the stairs, through the rotting doorway, and into the night. I didn't stop running until I reached my house, slamming the door shut behind me, my chest heaving, my vision blurred with terror. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the corner of my room, every light on, my back pressed against the wall. But the whisper didn't leave me. It followed me, curled into my ears like a snake. And when I finally found the courage to close my eyes, I saw it, not in a dream, not in a nightmare, but in the reflection of my bedroom window. A figure, standing in the dark, staring at me, and it whispered, so softly, so cruelly, "You looked." I didn't move. I didn't breathe. My body felt frozen, paralyzed by a fear so raw and deep that it coiled around my bones like a vice. The figure in the window didn't shift, didn't waver. It was just there, a tall, shadowy presence standing against the darkness, watching. The whisper had faded, but its presence lingered in my ears, like an echo trapped in my skull. I didn't want to turn away. I knew if I did, if I so much as blinked, it would move. I don't know how I knew that, but every fiber of my being screamed it at me. So I stared. My eyes burned, my lungs ached from holding my breath, but I didn't look away. Seconds stretched into minutes. The room around me remained silent, save for the ticking of the old clock on my nightstand. It felt like a countdown, though I didn't know to what. My mind raced with half-formed thoughts, desperate rationalizations that crumbled under the weight of the thing in the window. It wasn't a trick of the light. It wasn't my reflection. I knew what I saw, and it was real. Too real. Then, without warning, it moved. A slow, deliberate tilt of the head, the motion unnatural, jerky, as if the thing wasn't used to movement. My breath hitched in my throat, my muscles locked. A primal terror overtook me, a feeling so ancient and instinctual that I nearly collapsed under it. The figure's head continued to tilt, too far, far beyond what was humanly possible. The neck bending at an impossible angle. A low creak filled the silence, like bones shifting, snapping into place. The darkness around it seemed to pulse, to shift as if it were alive, as if it were breathing. I scrambled backward, my body finally responding, and fell onto my bed. My hands gripped the sheets so tightly my knuckles ached. The moment I moved, the thing in the window straightened. Then it took a step forward. My stomach dropped. The glass didn't separate us anymore. It was closer, inside the room, standing just at the edge of the shadows, where my bedside lamp's weak glow ended. I wanted to scream, but the sound wouldn't come. My throat was locked, my breath shallow, my heart hammering against my ribs like a wild, desperate animal. It stood there, unmoving, featureless except for the hollow darkness, where its eyes should have been. The whisper returned, softer now, almost gentle. "You looked." The voice wasn't human. It was layered, distant yet too close, like a chorus of voices speaking at once, some high, some low, some too distorted to recognize. The words slithered through the air, wrapping around me, tightening. Then the lamp flickered. Darkness swallowed the room in an instant. I felt it surge toward me before I saw it. A rush of cold, the feeling of something unseen rushing forward. I threw myself off the bed, crawling backward, my fingers scraping against the wooden floor. My hand fumbled for my phone. I turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, but the figure was gone. The air still felt thick, suffocating, but I was alone. Or so I thought. Then the whisper came again, right beside my ear. "You can't unsee me." I bolted for my room, sprinting down the hallway, my pulse a wild drumbeat in my skull. I didn't stop running until I reached the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind me. My fingers fumbled for the lock, twisting it into place. My breaths came in ragged gasps, my body trembling violently. The small, fluorescent light above the mirror flickered weakly, casting long, erratic shadows against the walls. I turned toward the sink, gripping the edges to steady myself. Then I made a mistake. I looked into the mirror. My reflection stared back, pale, wide-eyed, terror carved into every inch of my face. But it wasn't alone. Standing behind me, just over my shoulder, was the thing. No longer a shadow, no longer a distant figure. It was right there, closer than ever. And now I could see it. The face, or what was left of it. Its skin was stretched too tight, its mouth too wide, lips cracked and bleeding. The hollow pits, where its eyes should have been stared straight into mine, filled with endless, swirling darkness. Its breath, icy and putrid, ghosted against my neck. My heart stopped. Then the light went out. A scream tore from my throat, raw and desperate, but it was swallowed by the dark. The air thickened, pressing in from all sides. I stumbled back, crashing into the wall. The whisper returned, but now it was laughing, low and guttural. My vision swam, my mind spiraling into panic. I clawed at the door, fumbling with the lock, my fingers slick with sweat. The handle wouldn't budge. The walls felt like they were closing in, the room growing impossibly smaller. The whisper turned into a chant, repeating the same 3 words over and over, filling my ears, my skull, my very bones. "You looked, you looked, you looked." I don't know how I got out. My next memory was waking up on the floor of my living room, the morning light bleeding through the curtains. My head pounded, my limbs ached, but the worst part was the silence. The house was too quiet. I sat up slowly, my body stiff, my mouth dry as sandpaper. For a moment I thought, hoped, it had all been a dream, a nightmare. But when I turned my head, my blood turned to ice. My bedroom door was wide open. I hadn't left it that way. The whisper was gone, but the feeling wasn't. I could still sense it, lurking, watching. It was still here, hiding in the corners, waiting in the reflections, lingering in the shadows where the light couldn't reach. My stomach twisted. I knew then that this wasn't over. This wasn't something I could run from, something I could ignore. I had seen it, and it had seen me, and now it would never leave. That night, I covered every mirror, every reflective surface in my house. I kept the lights on. I refused to look into the darkness, but the whisper still came, curling around my ears in the dead of night. murmuring my name, reminding me of the one, unbreakable truth. Once you see it, it never stops looking back. The house had always been there, at the edge of the woods, just beyond the reach of the town streetlights. I'd passed it 1,000 times, always in daylight, always with the sun high and the birds chirping in the trees. It was an old Victorian, its paint peeling like sunburnt skin, its windows dark and hollow, like the empty sockets of a skull. I never thought much of it. It was just another relic of a time long gone, a forgotten monument to some family's faded glory. But that was before the night I decided to take the shortcut through the woods. Before I heard the whispers, it started with a sound, faint but unmistakable, like the rustle of dry leaves underfoot. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat, and turned toward the source. The woods were silent, save for the occasional creak of branches swaying in the wind. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination playing tricks on me. But then it came again, louder this time, a low, guttural murmur that seemed to rise from the ground itself. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat echoing in my ears like a drum. I took a step back, my eyes scanning the shadows, searching for something, anything, that could explain the noise. But there was nothing, just the trees, their gnarled limbs twisting toward the sky, and the darkness, thick and impenetrable. I turned to leave, to retrace my steps and take the long way home. But something stopped me. A voice, soft and melodic, called out from the direction of the house. It was faint, barely more than a whisper, but it was enough to freeze me in place. My skin prickled, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I told myself to run, to get as far away from that place as I could, but my feet wouldn't move. It was as if the voice had wrapped itself around me, pulling me closer, drawing me in. Against my better judgment, I took a step forward, then another, until I was standing at the edge of the property, staring up at the house. The front door was ajar, the darkness inside seeming to pulse and writhe like a living thing. The voice grew louder, more insistent, and I realized with a start that it was calling my name. My breath came in shallow gasps, my chest tight with fear, but I couldn't stop myself. I climbed the steps, each one creaking beneath my weight, and pushed the door open. The air inside was thick and heavy, smelling of mildew and something else, something metallic and sharp. I stepped into the foyer, my eyes struggling to adjust to the gloom. The walls were lined with portraits, their eyes following me as I moved deeper into the house. The voice led me to a staircase, its steps warped and splintered with age. I climbed slowly, my hand gripping the banister so tightly my knuckles turned white. The second floor was even darker than the first, the shadows so dense they seemed to swallow the light from my phone. I followed the voice down a narrow hallway, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet underfoot. The air grew colder with each step, my breath visible in the dim light. I reached the end of the hall and found myself standing in front of a door, its surface scarred with deep gouges, as if something had tried to claw its way out. The voice was coming from behind the door, soft and pleading, begging me to open it. My hand trembled as I reached for the knob, my mind screaming at me to stop, to turn back, but I couldn't. I turned the knob and pushed the door open, the hinges groaning in protest. The room was small, its walls covered in peeling wallpaper, the floor littered with broken furniture and shattered glass. In the center of the room was a chair, its back to me, and sitting in the chair was a figure, its head bowed as if in prayer. The voice stopped, the silence that followed so complete it was deafening. I took a step forward, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure the figure could hear it. "Hello," I whispered, my voice barely audible. The figure didn't move. I took another step, then another, until I was close enough to reach out and touch it. My hand hovered in the air, trembling, as I reached for the figure's shoulder. The moment my fingers made contact, the figure's head snapped up, and I stumbled back, a scream caught in my throat. Its face was a twisted mask of agony, its eyes wide and unseeing, its mouth stretched in a silent scream. I turned to run, but the door slammed shut behind me, the sound echoing through the room like a gunshot. I spun around, my back pressed against the door, my eyes darting around the room for another way out. The figure was gone, the chair empty, but the air was thick with the scent of decay. I fumbled for the doorknob, my hand slick with sweat, but it wouldn't turn. The room seemed to close in around me, the walls pressing closer, the shadows deepening. I could hear the whispers again, louder now, more urgent, and I realized with a sinking feeling that they weren't coming from the room. They were coming from inside my head. I don't know how long I stood there, trapped in that room, the whispers growing louder and more insistent with each passing second. I don't know how I finally managed to wrench the door open and stumble out into the hallway. I don't even remember running down the stairs and out of the house, the cold night air hitting me like a slap. All I know is that I made it home, my body trembling, my mind racing with questions I couldn't answer. I told myself it was a nightmare, a trick of the mind, but deep down, I knew the truth. The house wasn't empty. Something was there, something old and hungry, and it had seen me. It had called to me. And now, no matter how far I ran, no matter how many doors I locked, I could still hear its voice, whispering in the dark, waiting for me to return. The days that followed were a blur. I tried to convince myself it had all been a hallucination, a product of exhaustion or stress, but the memory of that room, of the figure in the chair, clung to me like a second skin. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was following me, just out of sight. Every shadow seemed to move when I turned my head. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like footsteps. I stopped sleeping, afraid of what I might see if I closed my eyes. The whispers never stopped, their voices growing louder, more insistent, until I could barely hear my own thoughts. I tried to distract myself, to focus on anything but the house and the thing that lived inside it, but it was no use. The house was always there, lurking at the edge of my mind, its dark windows staring at me like accusing eyes. I started to notice things, small things at first, that I couldn't explain. Objects would move when I wasn't looking, their new positions just slightly off from where I'd left them. My reflection in the mirror would sometimes flicker, its expression twisted into something unrecognizable. And then there were the dreams. Every night, without fail, I would find myself back in that room, standing in front of the chair, the figure's head slowly rising to meet my gaze. I would wake up screaming, my sheets soaked with sweat, the whispers still echoing in my ears. I knew I couldn't keep going like this. I was losing myself, piece by piece, to whatever was in that house. I had to go back, to confront it, to find out what it wanted from me. The thought filled me with dread, but I knew I didn't have a choice. If I didn't, it would keep pulling me back, bit by bit, until there was nothing left of me. The night I returned to the house, the air was thick with the promise of rain. The moon hung low in the sky, its pale light casting long shadows across the ground. I stood at the edge of the woods, staring up at the house, its silhouette looming against the dark sky. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a reminder of the danger I was walking into. But I couldn't turn back. I had to know. I crossed the property slowly, my footsteps muffled by the thick grass. The house seemed larger up close, its walls stretching up into the night, like the sides of a tomb. The front door was still ajar, just as I'd left it, the darkness inside seeming to pulse and writhe. I took a deep breath, my hand trembling as I reached for the door. The moment I stepped inside, the air grew colder, the whispers rising to a deafening crescendo. I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms, and forced myself to move forward. The foyer was just as I remembered it, the portraits on the walls watching me with their hollow eyes. I could feel their gaze on me, heavy and accusing, as I made my way to the staircase. The steps creaked beneath my weight, the sound echoing through the empty house. I climbed slowly, my hand gripping the banister so tightly my knuckles turned white. The second floor was even darker than before, the shadows so thick they seemed to swallow the light from my flashlight. I followed the hallway, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet, until I reached the door at the end. It was just as I'd left it, the surface scarred with deep gouges, the air around it cold and heavy. I stood there for a moment, my hand hovering over the knob, my heart pounding in my chest. The whispers were louder now, more urgent, their voices overlapping in a chaotic symphony. I took a deep breath, my fingers closing around the knob, and pushed the door open. The room was empty, the chair sitting in the center, its back to me. The air was thick with the scent of decay, the walls seeming to close in around me. I stepped inside, my flashlight casting long shadows across the floor. The whispers grew louder, their voices rising to a fever pitch, and I realized with a start that they were coming from the chair. I took a step forward, then another, until I was close enough to reach out and touch it. My hand trembled as I reached for the back of the chair, my breath catching in my throat. The moment my fingers made contact, the room seemed to shift, the walls twisting and warping around me. The air grew colder, the whispers rising to a deafening roar. I stumbled back, my flashlight falling from my hand and clattering to the floor. The light flickered, casting the room in a series of disjointed images, and I realized with a sinking feeling that I wasn't alone. The figure was there, standing in the corner, its head bowed, its face hidden in shadow. I could feel its gaze on me, heavy and accusing, and I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that it had been waiting for me. I turned to run, but the door slammed shut behind me, the sound echoing through the room like a gunshot. I spun around, my back pressed against the door, my eyes darting around the room for another way out. The figure was gone, the corner empty, but the air was thick with the scent of decay. I could hear the whispers again, louder now, more insistent, and I realized with a sinking feeling that they weren't coming from the room. They were coming from inside my head. I don't know how long I stood there, trapped in that room, the whispers growing louder and more insistent with each passing second. I don't know how I finally managed to wrench the door open and stumble out into the hallway. I don't even remember running down the stairs and out of the house, the cold night air hitting me like a slap. All I know is that I made it home, my body trembling, my mind racing with questions I couldn't answer. I told myself it was a nightmare, a trick of the mind, but deep down, I knew the truth. The house wasn't empty. Something was there, something old and hungry, and it had seen me. It had called to me. And now, no matter how far I ran, no matter how many doors I locked, I could still hear its voice, whispering in the dark, waiting for me to return. The days that followed were a blur. I tried to convince myself it had all been a hallucination, a product of exhaustion or stress, but the memory of that room, of the figure in the chair, clung to me like a second skin. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was following me, just out of sight. Every shadow seemed to move when I turned my head. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like footsteps. I stopped sleeping, afraid of what I might see if I closed my eyes. The whispers never stopped, their voices growing louder, more insistent, until I could barely hear my own thoughts. I tried to distract myself, to focus on anything but the house and the thing that lived inside it, but it was no use. The house was always there, lurking at the edge of my mind, its dark windows staring at me like accusing eyes. I started to notice things, small things at first, that I couldn't explain. Objects would move when I wasn't looking, their new positions just slightly off from where I'd left them. My reflection in the mirror would sometimes flicker, its expression twisted into something unrecognizable. And then there were the dreams. Every night, without fail, I would find myself back in that room, standing in front of the chair, the figure's head slowly rising to meet my gaze. I would wake up screaming, my sheets soaked with sweat, the whispers still echoing in my ears. I knew I couldn't keep going like this. I was losing myself, piece by piece, to whatever was in that house. I had to go back, to confront it, to find out what it wanted from me. The thought filled me with dread, but I knew I didn't have a choice. If I didn't, it would keep pulling me back, bit by bit, until there was nothing left of me. The night I returned to the house, the air was thick with the promise of rain. The moon hung low in the sky, its pale light casting long shadows across the ground. I stood at the edge of the woods, staring up at the house, its silhouette looming against the dark sky. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a reminder of the danger I was walking into. But I couldn't turn back. I had to know. I crossed the property slowly, my footsteps muffled by the thick grass. The house seemed larger up close, its walls stretching up into the night, like the sides of a tomb. The front door was still ajar, just as I'd left it, the darkness inside seeming to pulse and writhe. I took a deep breath, my hand trembling as I reached for the door. The moment I stepped inside, the air grew colder, the whispers rising to a deafening crescendo. I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms, and forced myself to move forward. The foyer was just as I remembered it, the portraits on the walls watching me with their hollow eyes. I could feel their gaze on me, heavy and accusing, as I made my way to the staircase. The steps creaked beneath my weight, the sound echoing through the empty house. I climbed slowly, my hand gripping the banister so tightly my knuckles turned white. The second floor was even darker than before, the shadows so thick they seemed to swallow the light from my flashlight. I followed the hallway, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet, until I reached the door at the end. It was just as I'd left it, the surface scarred with deep gouges, the air around it cold and heavy. I stood there for a moment, my hand hovering over the knob, my heart pounding in my chest. The whispers were louder now, more urgent, their voices overlapping in a chaotic symphony. I took a deep breath, my fingers closing around the knob, and pushed the door open. The room was empty, the chair sitting in the center, its back to me. The air was thick with the scent of decay, the walls seeming to close in around me. I stepped inside, my flashlight casting long shadows across the floor. The whispers grew louder, their voices rising to a fever pitch, and I realized with a start that they were coming from the chair. I took a step forward, then another, until I was close enough to reach out and touch it. My hand trembled as I reached for the back of the chair, my breath catching in my throat. The moment my fingers made contact, the room seemed to shift, the walls twisting and warping around me. The air grew colder, the whispers rising to a deafening roar. I stumbled back, my flashlight falling from my hand and clattering to the floor. The light flickered, casting the room in a series of disjointed images, and I realized with a sinking feeling that I wasn't alone. The figure was there, standing in the corner, its head bowed, its face hidden in shadow. I could feel its gaze on me, heavy and accusing, and I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that it had been waiting for me. I turned to run, but the door slammed shut behind me, the sound echoing through the room like a gunshot. I spun around, my back pressed against the door, my eyes darting around the room for another way out. The figure was gone, the corner empty, but the air was thick with the scent of decay. I could hear the whispers again, louder now, more insistent, and I realized with a sinking feeling that they weren't coming from the room. They were coming from inside my head. I don't know how long I stood there, trapped in that room, the whispers growing louder and more insistent with each passing second. I don't know how I finally managed to wrench the door open and stumble out into the hallway. I don't even remember running down the stairs and out of the house, the cold night air hitting me like a slap. All I know is that I made it home, my body trembling, my mind racing with questions I couldn't answer. I told myself it was a nightmare, a trick of the mind, but deep down, I knew the truth. The house wasn't empty. Something was there, something old and hungry, and it had seen me. It had called to me, and now, no matter how far I ran, no matter how many doors I locked, I could still hear its voice, whispering in the dark, waiting for me to return. The night was heavy with silence, an eerie stillness that clung to the air like an unshakable presence. The road stretched endlessly before me, cracked asphalt glistening under the pale glow of my headlights. The world outside my car felt unreal, as though I had driven past the boundaries of civilization and into a realm untouched by time. I had been on the road for hours, my eyes burning from exhaustion, but there was nowhere to stop. No gas stations, no motels, just the same winding road cutting through an abyss of dense, whispering trees. The GPS had given up miles ago, flickering uselessly before freezing on a blank screen. My phone had no signal. I kept driving, hoping to find some sign of life. But the further I went, the more the road seemed to unravel into nothingness. Then, in the distance, I saw it, a house, standing alone against the endless stretch of darkness. Its windows were dark, its structure old and weathered, but it was something, a place to stop, to rest, to figure out where the hell I was. As I pulled into the overgrown driveway, my car sputtered violently, and the engine cut out with an unsettling finality. I turned the key, but it refused to start. Just my luck. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped out into the thick night air, the scent of damp earth and decay filling my nostrils. The house loomed before me, Its once white walls now stained with age, the wooden door slightly ajar. The sight of it sent a ripple of unease through me, but I had no choice. I knocked, my fist meeting the wood with a dull, hollow sound. Silence. I knocked again, louder this time. Still nothing. The wind stirred the trees, their whispering rustles sounding too much like voices. A prickle ran down my spine. I pushed the door open, the hinges groaning in protest, and stepped inside. The air was thick with dust, the scent of something old and rotting lurking beneath it. The room was dimly lit by the moon filtering through torn curtains. Furniture sat covered in white sheets, their ghostly shapes casting eerie shadows across the warped wooden floor. I called out, my voice barely more than a whisper, but the house swallowed the sound whole. As I stepped further inside, the door slammed shut behind me. I spun around, my breath catching in my throat. My flashlight flickered, the beam stuttering as if something unseen had passed in front of it. I told myself it was just the wind, just an old house settling. But my gut twisted with a feeling I couldn't ignore. Something was watching me. I moved through the house cautiously, my footsteps echoing too loudly in the suffocating silence. The walls were lined with faded portraits, their subjects staring down with hollow eyes, expressions twisted in frozen grimaces. The deeper I went, the more the air thickened, pressing against me with a weight that felt almost sentient. Then I heard it, a faint creak from upstairs. My heart pounded against my ribs as I pointed my flashlight toward the staircase. The steps were warped and splintered, leading up into a darkness that swallowed the light whole. Every part of me screamed to leave, to get back in my car and find another way. But my feet moved forward against my better judgment. Each step groaned beneath my weight, the sound impossibly loud in the silence. At the top of the stairs, a long hallway stretched before me, doors standing ajar like waiting mouths. The air was colder here, biting through my clothes, making my breath come out in visible puffs. I took a hesitant step forward when a sound stopped me dead, a whisper, impossibly close, right at my ear. I spun around, my flashlight trembling in my grip. Nothing. The hallway was empty, but the whisper had been real. It had spoken my name. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to keep moving. The floorboards groaned beneath me as I approached the first door. Inside, the room was sparse, a bed pushed against the far wall, its mattress sunken in the middle. A single chair sat beside it, positioned as if someone had been watching over the bed for a long time. The air was thick with the scent of mildew and something else, something metallic. I turned my flashlight toward the wall, and my stomach lurched. Words had been scratched into the peeling wallpaper, deep grooves that formed a message over and over. Don't let it see you. A cold hand of fear gripped my spine. I stepped back, the floor creaking beneath me. The room felt suddenly smaller, the walls pressing inward. I turned to leave, but the whisper came again, right against my ear. I ran. I didn't care about being quiet anymore. I sprinted down the hallway, toward the staircase, but as I reached the top step, I froze. Something stood at the bottom of the stairs. A figure, tall and impossibly thin, its body a shadow against the darkness, its head tilted at an unnatural angle, as if studying me. My breath caught in my throat, my pulse hammering in my ears. The air grew thick, suffocating, pressing against me like unseen hands. Then it moved, a slow, jerky step forward. The floorboards beneath it didn't creak. It was silent, too silent. I stumbled back, my body screaming at me to run, but my limbs felt heavy, as if the air itself had solidified around me. The figure took another step, and then another, its face still hidden in the darkness. And then I saw them. Hands, not attached to arms, not part of a body, just hands, emerging from the darkness behind the figure. They reached out from the walls, the ceiling, the floor, grasping, stretching toward me, fingers twitching hungrily. A scream clawed at my throat, but I couldn't make a sound. The hands moved closer, writhing, grasping at the air between us. I forced myself to move, to stumble back into the hallway, slamming the door behind me. Silence. Then a single tap. A tap on the other side of the door, slow and deliberate. I held my breath. Another tap. Then another. And then the whisper came again, right against my ear. Closer this time. and it was laughing. I didn't move. I couldn't. My body was frozen, locked in place by something far beyond fear. The tapping on the door continued, slow, rhythmic, each sound sinking deeper into my mind like the ticking of some unseen clock, counting down to something terrible. My breath was shallow, barely there, and I squeezed my eyes shut as if that would somehow make it all disappear. But the whisper came again, closer, curling around my ear like cold breath. And this time, I understood the words. "You let it see you." A shudder ripped through me. I wanted to deny it, to convince myself that I had imagined the thing at the bottom of the stairs, that the hands reaching from the walls were a trick of the dim light. But I knew better. I had felt it in my bones, in the way the air had thickened, in the way my own name had been whispered from lips that did not belong to anything living. And now, something wanted me to know. I had made a mistake. The tapping stopped. Silence crashed down over me like a suffocating wave. I strained to listen, to hear anything beyond the frantic beating of my own heart. But the house had gone completely still. I forced my body to move, inching backward, my hands fumbling for anything to hold onto. My fingers grazed the doorknob of a closet, a place to hide. A terrible idea, but the only one I had. I twisted the knob and slipped inside, pressing my back against the cold wood as I shut the door without a sound. The space was small, the air thick with the scent of dust and age, but at least I was hidden. At least I could breathe. Or so I thought. The silence stretched on, an unbearable tension that made my muscles ache. I forced myself to slow my breathing, to listen for any sign of movement outside the door. Minutes passed, maybe longer. My mind screamed at me to do something, anything, but terror held me hostage in that cramped, suffocating space. And then the breathing started. Not mine. It was deep, ragged, just beyond the door. The sound of something inhaling too sharply, exhaling too slowly, as if savoring the air itself. I clamped my hand over my mouth, biting down on my fingers to keep from making a sound. The breathing grew louder, closer, until I could almost feel it pressing against the thin barrier of the closet door. A shadow passed through the crack of light beneath the door, stretching long and unnatural across the floor. It stopped. I didn't move, didn't blink. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to run, but I couldn't. The doorknob twitched. My stomach dropped. It twisted again, slowly this time, as if whatever was outside was savoring the anticipation of finding me. The latch clicked. My heart stopped. And then silence. For a moment, nothing happened. The air felt thicker, heavier, as if the walls themselves were closing in. I barely breathed. My ears strained for any sound, any indication of movement, but there was nothing, just the unbearable quiet. Then, with a slow, deliberate creak, the door began to open. I reacted without thinking. I shoved against the door with everything I had, slamming it shut with a force that sent dust billowing through the cracks. My hand scrabbled for the lock, twisting it into place, just as something outside pressed against the wood. The whisper came again, right against the door, seeping through like a sickness. "You let it see you." I bit down on a cry, pressing myself further into the closet. My body ached with tension, every muscle locked in place. The air inside the small space had turned stale, heavy with the scent of something rotten. I dared to glance down, to the small gap beneath the door, and my stomach turned to ice. Feet, but not human feet. They were too long, too thin, the bones jutting at odd angles. The skin was stretched too tight, too pale, as if whatever stood outside the closet had never been meant to walk among the living. And it wasn't alone. More shadows joined the first, shifting and twitching unnaturally, their outlines pressing against the door like hungry insects drawn to a flame. I clenched my eyes shut, my fingers digging into the splintered wood of the closet walls. The whisper came again, but this time, it was inside the closet with me. I didn't scream. I couldn't. The breath was stolen from my lungs as something cold brushed against the back of my neck. My mind shattered, my thoughts spiraling into incoherent terror. I bolted. I didn't care where. Didn't care what waited for me outside the door. I just needed to get out. I threw the door open and ran, my feet barely touching the ground as I fled down the hallway. The walls pulsed, the shadows stretched toward me. the whispering growing into a chorus of voices that scraped against my sanity. I hit the stairs at full speed, nearly tumbling as I descended. The house groaned, the very foundation seeming to tremble as I reached the bottom. The front door loomed ahead, slightly ajar, the only thing standing between me and the outside world. I sprinted for it, but as I reached the threshold, something caught my ankle. I crashed to the floor, my chin slamming against the wood. Pain exploded through my skull, but I had no time to focus on it. Cold fingers wrapped around my leg, pulling, dragging me backward. I clawed at the floor, nails splintering against the wood as I kicked, thrashed, fought against whatever was trying to drag me back into the house. I twisted onto my back, my breath catching as I finally saw it clearly. A face, if it could be called that. Hollow eyes, too wide, too deep. Black pits that seemed to stretch into nothingness. A mouth that wasn't a mouth at all, but a gaping void, stretching, shifting, grinning with something that was not joy but hunger. The hands that gripped me were impossibly long, the fingers tightening as they dragged me closer, closer to the darkness that pulsed behind it. I screamed. I kicked harder, my foot connecting with something solid. The grip faltered. I scrambled forward, pulling myself toward the door with every ounce of strength I had left. My fingers grazed the threshold. Almost there. Almost. A final yank. The air left my lungs as I was pulled back, my vision going black for a moment. The last thing I saw was the open doorway, the night beyond it so close, so impossibly far away. And then the door slammed shut. Darkness swallowed me whole. Story 2. My pulse quickened as I made my way down the dimly lit hallway. The oppressive silence was broken only by the occasional creak of the old wooden floorboards beneath my feet. The air was heavy with the scent of mildew and dust, and each breath I took seemed to catch in my throat. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that eyes were boring into my back from the darkness that seemed to close in around me. My footsteps echoed, a haunting rhythm that only served to heighten my unease. I had never believed in the supernatural, but the atmosphere in this place was enough to make even the most skeptical person question their convictions. I had come to this abandoned mansion on a dare, a foolish attempt to prove my bravery to my friends. They had teased me for weeks, calling me a coward for refusing to enter the dilapidated old house at the edge of town. Now, as I stood in its eerie, decaying corridors, I wished I had listened to my instincts and stayed far away. The house had a dark history, one that was whispered about in hushed tones by the townspeople. Stories of disappearances and unexplained occurrences had plagued this place for decades, but I had dismissed them as mere superstition. Now, as the darkness seemed to press in on me from all sides, I couldn't help but wonder if there was some truth to those tales. I reached for my flashlight, the small beam of light, providing a feeble sense of security as I continued to explore the mansion's twisted, labyrinthine passages. My hand trembled as I gripped the flashlight tighter, the cold metal a stark contrast to the clammy sweat that coated my skin. I stumbled upon a door at the end of the hallway, its once ornate carvings now obscured by layers of grime and neglect. With a deep breath, I pushed it open, the hinges groaning in protest as I stepped into the room beyond. The room was shrouded in darkness, the only illumination coming from the weak beam of my flashlight. As I swept the light across the space, I saw that it was filled with old furniture, covered in dust and cobwebs. An ancient, moth-eaten rug lay in the center of the floor, its colors long since faded. I took a cautious step forward, the floorboards creaking ominously beneath me. Suddenly, a shadow flickered in the corner of my vision, and I spun around, my heart pounding in my chest. There was nothing there, just the oppressive darkness and the weight of my own fear. I tried to steady my breathing, to convince myself that it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But the feeling of being watched persisted, growing stronger with each passing moment. I knew I had to get out of there, but my curiosity got the better of me. I moved deeper into the room, my flashlight casting long, eerie shadows on the walls. As I approached the far corner, I noticed a large, ornate mirror, its surface tarnished and cracked. The frame was adorned with intricate carvings, depicting scenes of torment and despair. The sight of it sent a shiver down my spine, but I couldn't tear my eyes away. I stepped closer, the beam of my flashlight illuminating the mirror's surface. As I gazed into the glass, I saw my reflection staring back at me, eyes wide with fear. But there was something else, something lurking just behind my reflection, a shadowy figure that seemed to move with a life of its own. My breath caught in my throat as I turned to look behind me, but there was nothing there. The room was empty, save for the dust and cobwebs. I turned back to the mirror, my heart racing as the shadowy figure began to take shape. It was a tall, gaunt figure, its eyes dark and hollow, its mouth twisted into a sinister grin, and I could feel the malevolent energy emanating from it. I stumbled back, the flashlight slipping from my grasp and clattering to the floor. The room was plunged into darkness, and I could hear the sound of my own labored breathing, the only noise in the oppressive silence. I scrambled to pick up the flashlight, my fingers fumbling in the darkness. When I finally managed to grasp it, I turned it on, the beam of light slicing through the gloom. But the mirror was empty, the shadowy figure gone. I tried to convince myself that it had been a trick of the light, a figment of my imagination. But deep down, I knew that something was very wrong. I needed to get out of this house, to escape the suffocating darkness that seemed to close in around me. I hurried back down the hallway, my footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. As I reached the front door, I felt a sudden, cold breeze brush against my skin, and I shivered. The door was heavy, its hinges rusted and stiff. I pushed against it with all my strength, but it wouldn't budge. Panic began to set in, my heart pounding in my chest as I struggled to open the door. I glanced around, searching for another way out, but the darkness seemed to swallow up any potential escape routes. Suddenly, I heard a soft, almost imperceptible whisper, a voice that seemed to come from the very walls of the house. It was a low, guttural sound, filled with malice and despair. I couldn't understand the words, but the tone was enough to send chills down my spine. I turned to face the source of the sound, my flashlight shaking in my trembling hand. The hallway stretched out before me, seemingly endless and filled with shadows that danced and writhed in the dim light. As I took a hesitant step forward, the whispering grew louder, more insistent. It seemed to come from all around me, echoing off the walls and filling my mind with a sense of dread. I felt as though I was being drawn deeper into the darkness, pulled by an unseen force that I couldn't resist. My mind raced, searching for a way out, but the oppressive atmosphere made it difficult to think clearly. In the distance, I saw a faint glimmer of light, a small beacon of hope in the suffocating darkness. I hurried toward it, my footsteps quickening as the whispering reached a fever pitch. The light grew brighter as I approached, and I could see that it was coming from an open door at the end of the hallway. I hesitated for a moment, my instinct screaming at me to turn back, to find another way out, but I knew that I had no choice. I had to keep moving, to push forward and escape this nightmare. As I stepped through the door, I found myself in a small, dimly lit room. The walls were lined with shelves, filled with dusty, old books and strange, archaic artifacts. In the center of the room stood a tall, hooded figure, its back turned to me. The figure seemed to be engrossed in a large, leather-bound book, its long, bony fingers tracing the faded words on the pages. I felt a surge of fear and curiosity, my mind racing with questions. Who was this figure? What were they doing in this forsaken place? I took a cautious step forward, the floorboards creaking beneath my weight. The figure tensed, its head snapping up as if it had sensed my presence. Slowly, it turned to face me, and I felt a chill run down my spine. The hood obscured its features, but I could see the glint of its eyes, cold and piercing. The figure raised a hand, and I felt an invisible force grip me, holding me in place. I struggled against it, but it was as if my body was no longer under my control. The figure spoke, its voice low and resonant, filled with an ancient, otherworldly power. "You should not have come here," it said, its words sending shivers through me. "This place is cursed, and those who enter are doomed to suffer the same fate as those who came before." I felt a wave of despair wash over me, the weight of the figure's words pressing down on my soul. I knew I had to escape, to find a way out before it was too late. I mustered all my strength, breaking free from the invisible force that held me. I turned and fled, my heart pounding in my chest as I raced down the hallway. The whispering voices grew louder, more frantic, as if they were trying to hold me back. But I pushed forward, desperate to escape the clutches of this cursed place. As I reached the front door once more, I felt a sudden surge of energy. The door groaned and creaked as I pushed against it, and finally, it swung open. I stumbled outside, the cold night air a welcome relief from the oppressive atmosphere of the mansion. I didn't stop running until I reached the edge of the property, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I glanced back at the mansion, its dark silhouette looming ominously against the night sky. I knew I had narrowly escaped a fate worse than death, but the experience had left its mark on me. Even now, as I try to put the events of that night behind me, I can't shake the feeling that something followed me out of that house, that the darkness has taken root within me. I can still hear the whispers, faint and distant, but always there, a constant reminder of the terror I faced. I know that I can never truly escape the curse of that mansion, that it will haunt me for the rest of my days. But I also know that I must be vigilant, to keep the darkness at bay and prevent it from consuming me entirely. I am, in one word, changed. The events of that harrowing night left an indelible mark on my soul, altering the very fabric of my existence. I can no longer walk through the world with the same naive bravado that once characterized my every step. Even the most mundane of surroundings now seem to pulse with hidden malevolence, a constant reminder of the darkness that once sought to consume me. In the days and weeks that followed my escape from the mansion, I struggled to reconcile the reality of my experience with the logical, rational mind that had always guided me. I pored over every detail, replaying the events in my head, trying to find some explanation that would make sense of the nightmare I had lived through. But no matter how many times I examined it, the truth remained. I had encountered something beyond the realm of human understanding, a force that defied all logic and reason. I began to notice strange occurrences in my everyday life, subtle but undeniable signs that the darkness had not released its hold on me. Objects would move on their own, shadows would shift and writhe in the corners of my vision, and the whispering voices that had haunted me in the mansion seemed to follow me wherever I went. At first, I tried to dismiss these phenomena as mere figments of my imagination, the lingering effects of my trauma. But as the incidents grew more frequent and more intense, I could no longer deny that something sinister had followed me from that cursed place. I sought solace in the company of my friends, hoping that their presence would provide some measure of comfort and security. But even in their familiar, reassuring company, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that some unseen force was lurking just beyond the edge of my perception. My friends noticed a change in me, their teasing and laughter giving way to concern and unease. They tried to help me, to pull me out of the darkness that had engulfed me, but their efforts were in vain. The connection I had formed with the mansion's malevolent presence was too strong, its tendrils too deeply entwined with my very being. As the days turned into weeks, I found myself growing increasingly isolated, retreating into the safety of my own home in a desperate attempt to escape the relentless terror that haunted me. But no matter where I went, the darkness followed, an ever-present shadow that seemed to feed on my fear and despair. I tried to find answers, to uncover some way to break free from the curse that had ensnared me. But every avenue I explored only led to more questions, more dead ends. In my search for answers, I turned to the internet, hoping to find some clue or insight that would help me understand the nature of the evil that had attached itself to me. I scoured forums and websites dedicated to the paranormal, reading countless accounts of similar experiences and the methods others had used to combat the forces that tormented them. But no matter how many stories I read or how many rituals and protections I tried, nothing seemed to work. The darkness clung to me, an inescapable shadow that grew ever more oppressive with each passing day. Desperation drove me to seek out the help of professionals, paranormal investigators and exorcists who claimed to have the knowledge and expertise to rid me of my unwanted companion. They performed their rituals and cleansings, chanting ancient incantations and burning sage to banish the evil from my life. But their efforts were futile, the darkness merely laughing in the face of their attempts to dispel it. Each failure only served to deepen my despair, to convince me that I was doomed to live out the rest of my days in the grip of this malevolent force. As my mental and emotional state deteriorated, I found myself plagued by vivid, nightmarish visions that would invade my waking moments, blurring the line between reality and the realm of nightmares. The shadowy figure from the mirror would appear before me, its hollow eyes filled with a malevolent glee as it whispered terrible secrets and promises of suffering in my ear. I would wake in the middle of the night, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, the echoes of its voice still ringing in my ears. My physical health began to suffer as well, the constant stress and fear taking a toll on my body. I lost weight, my once healthy frame growing gaunt and frail. Sleep became an elusive luxury, each night a battle against the terrors that awaited me in the darkness. I knew that I couldn't go on like this, that I had to find a way to break free from the curse before it consumed me entirely. In a moment of clarity, I realized that the key to my salvation lay within the mansion itself. It was there that the curse had taken hold of me, and it was there that I would have to confront the darkness if I ever hoped to be free of it. The thought of returning to that place filled me with a deep, bone-chilling dread, but I knew that I had no other choice. I had to face the source of my torment head-on, to confront the evil that had ensnared me, and find a way to break its hold. I spent days preparing for my return to the mansion, gathering supplies, and researching every possible method of protection and banishment. I armed myself with every conceivable tool and talisman, determined to be ready for whatever horrors awaited me. As I packed my bag, my hands trembled with a mixture of fear and resolve. I knew that this would be the most dangerous undertaking of my life, but I also knew that it was my only chance to reclaim my sanity and my freedom. The day of my return to the mansion dawned gray and overcast, the sky heavy with the promise of rain. I steeled myself for the journey, taking one last look at the familiar comforts of my home before setting out. The walk to the mansion felt like a death march, each step weighed down by the crushing fear that gnawed at my insides. As I approached the imposing, decaying structure, my heart pounded in my chest, a frantic rhythm that echoed the terror that gripped me. The front door, once a barrier that had refused to yield, now seemed to beckon me, as if the house itself was aware of my return and eager to resume its torment. I took a deep breath and pushed the door open, the hinges groaning in protest as I stepped inside. The familiar, oppressive darkness closed in around me, and I felt the weight of the malevolent presence pressing down on my soul. I moved cautiously through the mansion's corridors, my flashlight casting long, eerie shadows on the walls. The air was thick with the scent of decay and mildew, and every creak and groan of the floorboards sent shivers down my spine. I could feel the darkness watching me, its malevolent gaze a constant reminder of the danger I faced. I steeled myself, refusing to let my fear overwhelm me as I pressed on, determined to confront the source of my torment. As I approached the room where I had first encountered the shadowy figure, I felt a surge of dread wash over me. The door loomed before me, a portal to the unknown that seemed to pulse with a dark energy. I hesitated for a moment, my hand trembling on the doorknob as I gathered my courage. With a deep breath, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was exactly as I remembered it, filled with dust and cobwebs, the ancient furniture shrouded in darkness. The mirror still stood in the far corner, its surface tarnished and cracked, but now it seemed to radiate a malevolent energy that sent chills down my spine. I approached it cautiously, my flashlight illuminating the intricate carvings on the frame, each one depicting scenes of torment and despair. As I gazed into the mirror, I saw my reflection staring back at me, eyes wide with fear. But this time, the shadowy figure was not content to remain in the glass. It stepped forward, emerging from the mirror with a fluid, unnatural grace. Its hollow eyes locked onto mine, and I felt a wave of terror wash over me, paralyzing me in place. The figure's sinister grin widened as it advanced, its bony fingers reaching out to grasp me. I struggled to move, to break free from its grip, but my body refused to obey. The darkness seemed to close in around me, suffocating me with its malevolent presence. I could feel the cold, clammy touch of the figure's hands on my skin, and I knew that I was facing the very embodiment of the evil that had haunted me. In that moment of utter despair, I remembered the talismans and protections I had brought with me. Summoning all my strength, I reached into my bag and pulled out a small vial of holy water, throwing it at the figure with all my might. The water struck the figure, and it recoiled with a hiss, its flesh sizzling and smoking where the water had touched it. The malevolent energy that had surrounded me seemed to waver, and I felt a glimmer of hope. I seized the opportunity, pulling out a crucifix and holding it before me like a shield. The figure snarled and backed away, its hollow eyes filled with rage. I chanted the incantations I had learned, my voice trembling but resolute. The air seemed to crackle with energy as I continued, the darkness retreating before the power of my words. The figure writhed and twisted, its form growing more insubstantial with each passing moment. I could feel the darkness losing its grip on me, its malevolent presence weakening. With one final, desperate effort, I shouted the last words of the incantation, and the figure let out a terrible, ear-piercing scream. It dissolved into a cloud of shadow and mist, dissipating into the air as the oppressive atmosphere. As the oppressive atmosphere began to dissipate, I felt a glimmer of hope. The darkness that had clung to me for so long was weakening, its grip loosening with every passing moment. I continued to chant the incantations, my voice growing stronger and more confident with each word. The air around me seemed to crackle with energy, the malevolent presence retreating before the power of my words. The shadowy figure writhed and twisted, its form growing more insubstantial by the second. With one final, desperate effort, I shouted the last words of the incantation, and the figure let out a terrible, ear-piercing scream. It dissolved into a cloud of shadow and mist, dissipating into the air as the oppressive atmosphere lifted. I stood there, panting and trembling, my heart racing as the reality of my victory sank in. But even as the darkness retreated, I knew that my battle was not yet over. The mansion still held many secrets, and I could feel the lingering presence of other malevolent entities within its walls. I had to uncover the truth behind the curse that had plagued this place, and find a way to put an end to it once and for all. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for the challenges that lay ahead. With renewed determination, I began to explore the mansion, searching for clues that would help me understand the nature of the evil that had taken root here. The halls seemed to stretch on endlessly, each room filled with dust and decay, the air heavy with the weight of forgotten memories. As I delved deeper into the mansion, I discovered a hidden passage behind a large, ornate tapestry. The passage was narrow and dark, the walls lined with ancient, crumbling stone. I felt a chill run down my spine as I stepped into the passage, the oppressive silence pressing in on me from all sides. I knew that whatever lay at the end of this corridor would hold the key to unraveling the mystery of the mansion's curse. The passage seemed to go on forever, twisting and turning in a labyrinthine maze that left me disoriented and uneasy. The air grew colder and more stagnant the deeper I went, and I could feel the weight of the darkness pressing down on me. I pressed on, my flashlight casting long, eerie shadows on the walls as I navigated the treacherous path. Finally, I reached a heavy, iron door at the end of the passage. The door was covered in strange, arcane symbols that seemed to pulse with a dark energy. I hesitated for a moment, my hand trembling on the doorknob as I gathered my courage. With a deep breath, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room beyond was vast and cavernous, its walls lined with shelves filled with dusty tomes and bizarre artifacts. In the center of the room stood an ancient stone altar, its surface covered in strange, indecipherable markings. The air was thick with the scent of decay and ancient power, and I could feel the malevolent presence of the entities that had plagued the mansion. As I approached the altar, I noticed a large, leather-bound book lying open on its surface. The pages were filled with strange, arcane symbols that seemed to writhe and twist before my eyes. I could feel the dark energy emanating from the book, a palpable force that sent shivers down my spine. I knew that this book held the key to understanding the curse and finding a way to break it. I began to study the book, my eyes scanning the symbols as I tried to make sense of the ancient language. The more I read, the more I began to understand the true nature of the curse that had plagued the mansion. It was a dark and powerful force, bound to the very stones of the building by a malevolent entity that had been summoned centuries ago. The entity fed on the fear and despair of those who entered the mansion, drawing strength from their suffering and using it to maintain its hold on the world. I realized that the only way to break the curse was to confront the entity and banish it from the mansion. But to do so, I would need to gather the necessary tools and perform a ritual that would sever the entity's ties to this world. The book provided detailed instructions on how to perform the ritual, but it was clear that it would be a dangerous and difficult task. I would need to gather several rare and powerful artifacts, each one imbued with the energy needed to counteract the entity's malevolent power. With the knowledge I had gained from the book, I set out to gather the artifacts, determined to put an end to the curse once and for all. The first artifact was a crystal amulet, said to be hidden in a secret chamber beneath the mansion. I carefully followed the instructions in the book, searching for hidden switches and concealed passages that would lead me to the chamber. After hours of searching, I finally discovered a hidden trapdoor in the floor of one of the mansion's many rooms. I pried it open, revealing a narrow staircase that descended into the darkness below. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself for the journey ahead and began to descend the stairs, my flashlight illuminating the ancient stone walls as I made my way down. The air grew colder and more oppressive the deeper I went, and I could feel the weight of the darkness pressing in on me. But I pressed on, determined to find the amulet and put an end to the curse. Finally, I reached the bottom of the staircase and found myself in a small, dimly lit chamber. The walls were covered in strange, arcane symbols, and in the center of the room stood a pedestal upon which rested the crystal amulet. I approached the pedestal cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest as I reached out to take the amulet. As my fingers closed around the cool, smooth surface of the crystal, I felt a surge of energy course through me. The amulet seemed to pulse with a vibrant, otherworldly light, and I knew that I had found the first piece of the puzzle. With the amulet in hand, I made my way back up the staircase and began to search for the remaining artifacts. Each one was hidden in a different part of the mansion, and each one presented its own set of challenges and dangers. But with the knowledge I had gained from the book and the power of the amulet to guide me, I was able to locate and retrieve each artifact in turn. The second artifact was a silver dagger, said to be hidden in a crypt beneath the mansion's grounds. The crypt was a dark and foreboding place, filled with the remains of those who had once lived in the mansion and fallen victim to its curse. I navigated the narrow, winding passages of the crypt, my flashlight casting long, eerie shadows on the walls as I searched for the dagger. Finally, I discovered a small, ornate chest hidden in a recess in the wall. I pried it open, revealing the silver dagger nestled within. The blade seemed to gleam with an inner light, and I could feel its power resonating with the energy of the amulet. With the dagger in hand, I made my way back to the surface, the weight of the artifacts a constant reminder of the task that lay ahead. The third artifact was a book of ancient spells, said to be hidden in the mansion's library. The library was a vast, sprawling room filled with rows upon rows of dusty tomes and ancient manuscripts. I spent hours searching the shelves, my fingers tracing the spines of the books as I scanned the titles for any hint of the spellbook. Finally, I discovered a hidden compartment behind one of the shelves, revealing the ancient spellbook within. The pages were filled with arcane symbols and incantations, each one a key to unlocking the power needed to banish the entity. With the spellbook in hand, I felt a renewed sense of determination, knowing that I was one step closer to breaking the curse. The final artifact was a set of ancient runestones, said to be hidden in a secret garden behind the mansion. The garden was overgrown and wild, the once carefully tended plants now twisted and gnarled with neglect. I carefully navigated the tangled undergrowth, searching for any sign of the runestones. After hours of searching, I discovered a small, hidden alcove beneath the large, ancient tree. The runestones were nestled within, their surfaces covered in intricate carvings that seemed to pulse with a faint, otherworldly light. As I took the runestones in my hands, I felt a surge of energy course through me, and I knew that I had finally gathered all the necessary tools to perform the ritual. With the artifacts in hand, I returned to the chamber beneath the mansion, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. I carefully arranged the artifacts on the altar, following the instructions in the book to the letter. As I began to chant the incantations, I could feel the energy in the room shifting, the air growing heavy with the weight of ancient power. The malevolent presence that had plagued the mansion seemed to awaken, its dark energy swirling around me as I continued the ritual. I could feel the entity's anger and fear, its desperate attempts to maintain its hold on the world. But I pressed on, my voice growing stronger and more confident with each word. As I completed the final incantation, the air seemed to crackle with energy, and the darkness that had surrounded me began to dissolve. The entity let out a terrible, ear-piercing scream, its form writhing and twisting as it was banished from the mansion. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, and I felt a surge of relief as the darkness was finally driven away. I stood there, panting and trembling, my heart racing as the reality of my victory sank in. The curse that had plagued the mansion for centuries had been broken, and the malevolent entity that had. I stood there, panting and trembling, my heart racing as the reality of my victory sank in. The curse that had plagued the mansion for centuries had been broken, and the malevolent entity that had tormented me had been banished. The oppressive atmosphere lifted, and I felt a surge of relief as the darkness was finally driven away. But even as I basked in the sense of triumph, I knew that my journey was not yet over. There were still questions that needed answers, and mysteries that remained unsolved. As I looked around the chamber, the remnants of the dark energy still lingering in the air, I realized that I needed to understand the origins of the curse and the entity that had haunted this place. I needed to uncover the history of the mansion and the events that had led to its descent into darkness. With this newfound determination, I began to search the room for any clues or documents that might shed light on the mansion's past. I scoured the shelves, examining the dusty tomes and bizarre artifacts that lined the walls. Among the ancient manuscripts and arcane relics, I discovered a leather-bound journal that seemed to have been written by the mansion's original owner. The pages were yellowed with age, and the handwriting was difficult to decipher, but I was determined to unravel the story contained within. The journal detailed the life of a man named Edward Blackwood, a wealthy and ambitious nobleman who had built the mansion as a symbol of his power and influence. Edward's ambitions, however, extended beyond the material world. He had become obsessed with the occult, delving into forbidden knowledge and dark rituals in his quest for immortality and ultimate power. The journal recounted his experiments and the lengths he had gone to in order to summon and bind powerful entities to his will. It soon became clear that Edward's reckless pursuit of power had led to the summoning of the malevolent entity that had haunted the mansion for centuries. In his desperation to achieve immortality, Edward had performed a ritual that had gone horribly wrong, binding the entity to the mansion and unleashing a curse that would plague the house and its inhabitants for generations. The journal described the initial horror as the entity began to wreak havoc, feeding on the fear and despair of those who dared to enter the mansion's cursed halls. As I continued to read, I discovered that Edward had eventually realized the enormity of his mistake and had sought to find a way to undo the curse he had unleashed. He had devoted the rest of his life to researching ancient texts and performing countless rituals, desperate to find a way to banish the entity and break the curse. However, his efforts had been in vain, and he had ultimately succumbed to the darkness that he had brought upon himself and his home. The journal ended abruptly, with Edward's final, despairing entry detailing his last-ditch effort to banish the entity. It seemed that he had died in the attempt, his soul consumed by the very darkness he had sought to control. The realization that I was not the first to confront the entity filled me with a sense of both dread and determination. I knew that I had succeeded where Edward had failed, but I also understood that the knowledge contained within his journal was invaluable. It could help me ensure that the curse would never return, and that the mansion would be free from the darkness that had plagued it for so long. Armed with this newfound knowledge, I made my way back to the surface, the journal clutched tightly in my hands. The mansion, once a place of terror and despair, now felt lighter, as if the very walls had been cleansed of the malevolent presence that had haunted them. I knew that there was still much work to be done, but I felt a sense of hope and purpose that had been missing for so long. Over the following weeks, I dedicated myself to studying Edward's journal and the other ancient texts I had found in the mansion. I sought to understand the nature of the rituals he had performed and the forces he had sought to control. I reached out to scholars and experts in the occult, sharing my findings and seeking their guidance. Together, we pieced together the puzzle of the mansion's dark history and worked to ensure that the curse would never return. As I delved deeper into the arcane knowledge contained within the texts, I began to develop a newfound respect for the power and danger of the occult. I realized that, while the darkness could be harnessed and controlled, it was a force that demanded the utmost caution and respect. The mansion's history had taught me that the pursuit of power, without regard for the consequences, could lead to devastating and irreversible consequences. In my quest to understand the dark forces that had plagued the mansion, I also sought to restore the house to its former glory. I enlisted the help of historians, architects, and craftsmen to repair the damage that had been wrought by centuries of neglect and decay. Together, we worked to preserve the mansion's history while ensuring that it would no longer be a place of fear and suffering. As the restoration progressed, I felt a sense of accomplishment and pride in the work we were doing. The mansion, once a symbol of darkness and despair, was being transformed into a place of beauty and light. I knew that the process would take time, but I was committed to seeing it through to the end. Throughout this journey, I also took the time to reflect on my own experiences and the impact they had on me. The encounter with the malevolent entity had changed me in profound ways, forcing me to confront my deepest fears and pushing me to the limits of my endurance. But it had also made me stronger, more resilient, and more determined to overcome any obstacle that stood in my way. As the restoration neared completion, I began to consider the future of the mansion and the legacy it would leave behind. I wanted it to be a place where people could come to learn about its history, to appreciate the beauty of its architecture, and to understand the importance of respecting the forces that lie beyond our understanding. I envisioned the mansion as a center for education and research, where scholars and enthusiasts could come together to study the occult and the lessons of the past. To that end, I established a foundation dedicated to preserving the mansion and promoting the study of the occult. I invited experts from around the world to contribute their knowledge and insights, and I opened the doors of the mansion to the public, offering guided tours and educational programs. The response was overwhelming, and the mansion quickly became a respected and renowned institution in the field of occult studies. As the years passed, I continued to dedicate myself to the work of the foundation, always mindful of the lessons I had learned during my time in the mansion. I never forgot the darkness that had once plagued the house, and I remained vigilant against any potential threats that might arise. I knew that the forces we were dealing with were powerful and unpredictable, and I was determined to ensure that the mansion would never again fall victim to the malevolent entities that had haunted it for so long. In the end, the mansion became a beacon of hope and knowledge, a testament to the power of perseverance and the importance of respecting the forces that lie beyond our comprehension. I took great pride in the work we had done and the legacy we had created, knowing that we had turned a place of darkness and despair into a source of light and inspiration. Even now, as I walk the halls of the mansion, I can still feel the echoes of the past, the lingering presence of the entity that once sought to consume me. But instead of fear, I feel a sense of resolve and purpose, a reminder of the journey I have undertaken and the battles I have fought. The mansion stands as a testament to the power of the human spirit, a symbol of the triumph of light over darkness, and a reminder that, no matter how daunting the challenges we face, we have the strength to overcome them. And so, the mansion continues to stand, its walls now filled with the vibrant energy of those who come to learn and explore its history. It serves as a reminder of the importance of knowledge, respect, and perseverance, and it stands as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The darkness may always be lurking at the edges of our perception, but as long as we remain vigilant and true to our purpose, we can keep it at bay and ensure that the light will always prevail. Darkness swallowed the road ahead, stretching endlessly into the void. My headlights cut a narrow tunnel through the night, but beyond that, the world seemed to dissolve into an abyss. I hadn't seen another car in what felt like hours, and the gas gauge was dipping lower than I liked. The GPS signal had vanished miles ago, leaving me with nothing but the vague directions I had scribbled on a crumpled napkin. A wrong turn had led me off the main highway and onto this desolate road that wound through thick, towering trees, their branches forming a skeletal canopy above. The deeper I drove, the more the forest seemed to close in around me, the trees leaning inward as if whispering secrets to one another. The radio, which had been playing faint static for the past hour, suddenly cut out entirely. The silence that followed was thick and unnatural, pressing against my ears with an almost physical weight. I adjusted my seat, my fingers gripping the wheel a little tighter. Something about this stretch of road unsettled me. Maybe it was the absence of streetlights, or the way the fog curled along the edges of the asphalt, moving like living tendrils. I checked my phone again. No service. Of course. A shadow flickered at the edge of my vision. My breath caught in my throat as I instinctively glanced toward the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something staring back at me. But there was nothing, just the empty road behind, stretching into the distance like a black ribbon unraveling into the unknown. I exhaled, shaking my head at myself. It was just the trees. My mind was playing tricks on me. The road dipped suddenly, the car jerking as it hit a pothole. I cursed under my breath, slowing down as I navigated the uneven path. The forest seemed to thicken around me, the trees growing denser, the spaces between them darker, deeper. It felt like I was driving into the mouth of something vast and waiting. Then, out of nowhere, my headlights caught a figure standing in the middle of the road. My heart slammed against my ribs as I slammed the brakes, the tires screeching against the damp asphalt. The car skidded slightly before coming to a stop, the beams illuminating a lone woman, standing motionless in the center of the road. She was barefoot, wearing a thin, white nightgown that billowed slightly in the cold night air. Her hair was long and tangled, falling in messy waves over her face, obscuring her features. She didn't move. She didn't even flinch at the sudden arrival of my car. I sat there, gripping the wheel, my breathing shallow. My instinct screamed at me to reverse, to turn around and get the hell out of there. But something held me in place. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was the uneasy sense that she needed help. I reached for the horn, pressing it briefly. The sound echoed through the still night, but she didn't react. She just stood there, unmoving, unbothered. My pulse pounded in my ears. Something wasn't right. I rolled down the window slightly. "Hey, are you okay?" My voice sounded unnaturally loud in the silence. No response. A slow, creeping dread slithered up my spine. My fingers hovered over the gear shift, ready to throw the car into reverse. But then she moved. Not in a normal way. Not like a person reacting to a voice. It was a slow, unnatural shift, like a puppet being pulled by invisible strings. Her head tilted to the side, the tangled curtain of hair parting just enough for me to see one eye. A pale, milky white, unfocused yet staring directly at me. Cold washed over me. My brain screamed at me to go. Every instinct in my body told me to get out of there. But I was frozen, trapped in her gaze. The air inside the car felt thick, suffocating, pressing in on me from all sides. Then, she took a step forward. Just one. It was enough. I slammed the gear into reverse, my foot stomping on the accelerator. The car lurched backward, the tires spinning against the slick road before catching traction. My hands trembled on the wheel as I backed away. But I didn't dare take my eyes off her. She was still staring, still standing there. And then she smiled. Not a normal smile. Not a friendly or relieved or even a sinister one. It was too wide, too stretched, as if her skin didn't quite fit right. Her lips curled back, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too white, too numerous. I couldn't breathe. Something moved behind her. A shadow, darker than the night itself, slithered out from the trees. It was massive, yet shapeless, shifting and writhing like smoke given form. It unfurled behind her, stretching long fingers across the road, creeping toward me. I hit the gas. The car shot backward, my pulse hammering as the speedometer climbed. The trees blurred past, the headlights bouncing wildly. I didn't care where I was going. I just needed to get away. And then, the car slammed into something. The impact jolted me forward, the seatbelt biting into my chest. The engine sputtered. The hood crumpled against a massive tree that hadn't been there a second ago. Dazed, gasping for breath, I looked up. The woman was standing right in front of the car, closer than before. Her head tilted again, the same sickeningly slow motion. That twisted, stretched smile still frozen on her face. The shadow loomed behind her, rising, solidifying. It had eyes now, dozens of them, gleaming, hungry, unblinking. The air around me thickened, my vision blurring at the edges. My limbs felt heavy, my body sinking into the seat, as if gravity had doubled. She lifted a hand. Her fingers were too long. The darkness swallowed everything. I awoke to the sound of my own heartbeat, loud and insistent in the silence of the night. My room was bathed in shadows, the only light coming from the faint glow of the moon filtering through the thin curtains. It was one of those nights when sleep seemed an elusive dream, and every creak of the house felt like a whisper in the darkness. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself that it was just my imagination running wild, that the sense of unease creeping up my spine was nothing more than the residue of a bad dream. But the feeling persisted, a gnawing sensation that something was not right. I sat up, the bed creaking beneath me, and glanced at the clock on my nightstand. It was past midnight, the hour when the world is at its quietest, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and stood, shivering slightly as my bare feet touched the cold wooden floor. With hesitant steps, I made my way to the window and peered out into the night. The world outside was shrouded in darkness, the familiar shapes of the garden and trees transformed into ominous silhouettes. I scanned the yard, my eyes straining to see anything out of the ordinary, but there was nothing, just the stillness of the night and the quiet rustle of the wind through the leaves. I turned away from the window, telling myself that I was being foolish, that there was nothing to fear in the shadows. As I made my way back to bed, I heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible sound, like the faintest of whispers. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest, and strained to listen. The sound came again, this time louder, a soft, eerie murmur that seemed to be coming from somewhere within the house. I stood there, rooted to the spot, my mind racing with possibilities. Was it the wind, or something more sinister? Summoning all my courage, I forced myself to move, to follow the sound. It led me out of my room and into the hallway, where the darkness seemed even more oppressive. I flicked on the light switch, but nothing happened. The bulb must have burned out, I thought, as I made my way cautiously down the hall. The sound grew louder, a disembodied voice that sent shivers down my spine. It seemed to be coming from the basement. I hesitated at the top of the stairs, staring down into the pitch-black abyss below. The basement had always been a place of mystery and fear, a place where the shadows seemed to hold secrets, and the air was thick with the scent of damp earth. Taking a deep breath, I descended the stairs, each step echoing in the silence. The closer I got, the louder the voice became, until it was a chorus of whispers, like 100 voices speaking at once. At the bottom of the stairs, I fumbled for the light switch, my fingers trembling. The light flickered on, casting an eerie glow over the cluttered space. My eyes darted around, searching for the source of the sound, but there was nothing there, just the old furniture and boxes that had been stored there for years. I was about to turn back when I noticed it, a small, dusty book lying on the floor, as if it had been placed there deliberately. I picked it up, my hand shaking, and brushed off the dust. The cover was plain, with no title or author, and the pages were yellowed with age. I opened it, the musty smell of old paper filling my nostrils. The writing inside was strange, a language I couldn't understand, but as I flipped through the pages, I felt a sense of dread wash over me. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and I realized with a jolt that they were coming from the book. I dropped it, my heart racing, and backed away. The book lay there, open, the pages fluttering as if caught in an invisible breeze. I wanted to run, to escape the house and the eerie whispers, but I found myself drawn to it, compelled to understand its secrets. I picked it up again, my fingers tracing the strange symbols on the pages. As I stared at the writing, the words seemed to shift and change, forming shapes and images that danced before my eyes. Suddenly, the room grew colder, the temperature plummeting to a bone-chilling cold. I could see my breath in the air, and the shadows seemed to grow darker, more menacing. The whispers intensified, a cacophony of voices that filled my mind, drowning out my thoughts. I tried to close the book, but my hands wouldn't obey, as if they were being controlled by some unseen force. The symbols on the pages glowed with an eerie light, and I felt a strange sensation, as if the book was drawing me in, pulling me into its world. I fought against it, struggling to break free, but it was no use. The darkness closed in around me, and I felt myself falling into the book and the world of shadows it contained. I landed with a thud, the air knocked out of me. I was no longer in the basement, but in a dark, twisted version of it. The walls were lined with bookshelves, filled with ancient tomes that seemed to pulsate with a dark energy. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the whispers were louder than ever, a constant murmur that filled my mind. I stood, my legs trembling, and looked around. The basement was larger than it should have been, stretching out into the darkness. I could see shapes moving in the shadows, and I realized with a jolt that I was not alone. Figures emerged from the darkness, their faces hidden in the shadows, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. They moved towards me, their whispers growing louder, more urgent. I backed away, my mind racing. I needed to get out, to escape this nightmare, but I had no idea how. The figures closed in, their whispers forming a single word that echoed in my mind: run. I turned and ran, my heart pounding, as the shadows closed in around me. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to get away from the voices, from the darkness that threatened to consume me. The basement seemed to stretch on forever, a labyrinth of bookshelves and shadows. I stumbled and fell, my hands scraping against the rough floor, but I pushed myself up and kept running. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, and I could feel the darkness closing in around me. I was running out of time, running out of hope. Just when I thought I couldn't go any further, I saw it, a faint light in the distance, a beacon of hope in the darkness. I ran towards it, my legs burning with the effort, and burst into the light. I found myself back in the basement, the familiar clutter and musty smell a welcome relief. The book lay on the floor, closed, the whispers silenced. I picked it up, my hand shaking, and stared at it. I knew I couldn't keep it, couldn't risk opening it again. I needed to get rid of it, to destroy it. I climbed the stairs, my legs trembling, and made my way to the fireplace. The fire was still burning, the flames casting a warm glow over the room. I threw the book into the fire, watching as the flames consumed it, the pages curling and blackening. As the book burned, I felt a sense of relief. A weight lifted from my shoulders. The whispers were gone, the darkness banished. I knew I would never forget the night, the terror I had experienced, but I also knew that I had faced it, and survived. I climbed back into bed, exhausted but at peace, and let sleep claim me. The next morning, I awoke to the sound of birds chirping outside my window. The sun was shining, the sky a clear blue. It was as if the night before had been a bad dream, a nightmare that had no place in the light of day. But as I stood in front of the fireplace, staring at the ashes of the book, I knew it had been real. The shadows, the whispers, the darkness, they were all real. And I knew, deep down, that they were not gone, that they were waiting, biding their time. And one day, they would return. But for now, I was safe. For now, the house was just a house, and the basement just a basement, and the night was just a night. But I knew better. I knew that the darkness was always there, lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for its chance to rise again. And when it did, I would be ready. Days turned into weeks, and the memory of that night began to fade, replaced by the routines of daily life. But deep down, I knew that the darkness was never truly gone. It lingered in the corners of my mind, a shadow that refused to be banished by the light of day. I went about my life, trying to push the memories away, but there were moments when the whispers would return, faint and fleeting, like echoes of a nightmare. One evening, as I sat in my study, going through some old papers, I felt that familiar sense of unease creeping up my spine. The room grew colder, the shadows longer, and the air seemed to thicken with a presence I couldn't see, but could feel. I looked around, half expecting to see the figures from the basement emerging from the darkness. But there was nothing, just the quiet hum of the house and the flickering light of the fireplace. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself that it was just my imagination, but the unease persisted. I decided to take a walk, hoping that the fresh air would clear my mind. As I stepped outside, the cool night air enveloped me, and I breathed in deeply, trying to calm my racing heart. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silver glow over the garden, and the trees whispered in the breeze. I walked along the familiar path, the crunch of gravel beneath my feet a comforting sound. But as I neared the edge of the garden, I heard it, the faintest of whispers, carried on the wind. I stopped, straining to listen, and the sound grew louder, more distinct. It was the same eerie murmur I had heard in the basement, the same disembodied voices that had haunted my nightmares. My heart pounded in my chest, and I turned to leave, but something held me back. A strange compulsion, an urge to follow the whispers and uncover their source. I followed the sound, my footsteps echoing in the silence, until I reached the old oak tree at the far end of the garden. The tree had always been a place of comfort, its gnarled branches a testament to the passage of time, but now it seemed menacing, its shadow a dark pool on the ground. I circled the tree, the whispers growing louder with each step, until I saw it a small, hidden door set into the base of the trunk. I had never noticed it before, and I wondered how it could have gone unnoticed for so long. With trembling hands, I reached for the handle and pulled. The door creaked open, revealing a dark, narrow passage that seemed to lead into the depths of the earth. A part of me wanted to turn back, to close the door and pretend I had never seen it, but the whispers urged me forward. I stepped into the passage, the walls pressing in on me, and began to descend. The air grew colder, and the darkness seemed to swallow me whole. The whispers were all around me now, a cacophony of voices that filled my mind, drowning out my thoughts. The passage seemed to go on forever, a never-ending descent into the unknown. My legs burned with the effort, but I couldn't stop, couldn't turn back. The whispers urged me onward, deeper into the darkness. At last, I reached the bottom, and the passage opened into a vast underground chamber. The walls were lined with ancient symbols, glowing faintly in the dim light. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, and on it lay an object that seemed to pulse with a dark energy. It was a book, similar to the one I had found in the basement, but larger and more ornate. The cover was adorned with strange symbols, and the pages seemed to shimmer with an otherworldly light. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, urging me to open the book and discover its secrets. I approached the pedestal, my hands trembling, and reached for the book. As my fingers touched the cover, I felt a jolt of energy, and the whispers intensified, a chorus of voices that filled my mind. I opened the book, and the symbols on the pages seemed to dance before my eyes. As I stepped into the ancient mansion, a chill ran down my spine. The air was thick with the scent of decay and history, mingling together in a haunting symphony. The creaking floorboards beneath my feet echoed through the desolate halls, each step amplifying the eerie silence that surrounded me. I had come to this forsaken place seeking answers, driven by an insatiable curiosity that refused to be silenced. Stories of the mansion's dark past had intrigued me for years, tales of restless spirits and unexplainable occurrences that had plagued its inhabitants. But now, as I stood in the dimly lit foyer, I couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. Was I ready to uncover the truth? The grand staircase loomed before me, its ornate banister covered in a thick layer of dust. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what lay ahead. With each step, the floor groaned beneath my weight, as if protesting my presence. The walls seemed to close in on me, suffocating me with their oppressive darkness. As I reached the top of the staircase, I was greeted by a long corridor lined with closed doors. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows on the walls, creating an illusion of movement in the corner of my eye. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that unseen eyes were tracking my every move. I approached the first door on the left, my hand trembling as I reached for the doorknob. It turned with a reluctant creak, revealing a room shrouded in shadows. Dust motes danced in the air, illuminated by the faint light filtering through the cracked window. The room was empty, save for a dilapidated armchair and a broken mirror hanging on the wall. I stepped inside, the floorboards groaning under my weight. My reflection in the mirror was distorted, twisted by the fractures in the glass. It was as if the mansion itself was mocking me, distorting my perception of reality. I tore my gaze away, determined to continue my search. The next room was equally desolate, its furniture covered in white sheets that had turned yellow with age. I felt a pang of sadness as I imagined the lives that had once filled these rooms, now reduced to mere remnants of a forgotten past. But I couldn't dwell on these thoughts for long. I had a mission to fulfill. As I moved deeper into the mansion, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The air was thick with an otherworldly presence, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My footsteps echoed through the empty halls, a haunting reminder of my solitude. I reached a door at the end of the corridor, its surface marred by deep scratches. It was as if something had desperately tried to escape from within. My heart pounded in my chest as I hesitated, my hand hovering over the doorknob. What lay beyond this door? Would I finally uncover the truth, or would I be met with something far more sinister? Summoning my courage, I turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. The room beyond was bathed in an eerie blue light, casting long shadows on the walls. A faint, almost imperceptible hum filled the air, resonating in my bones. I took a step forward, my breath catching in my throat. The room was empty, save for a single, ancient book resting on a pedestal in the center. Its cover was adorned with intricate designs, symbols that seemed to pulse with an otherworldly energy. I approached the book, my curiosity piqued. What secrets did it hold? What knowledge had been hidden away for centuries? As I reached out to touch the book, a cold, unseen force pushed me back. My heart raced as I stumbled, barely managing to keep my balance. The room seemed to come alive, the shadows shifting and twisting around me. I could feel the presence of something ancient and malevolent, watching me with a cold, calculating gaze. I took a step back, my mind racing. What was this place? What had I stumbled upon? The answers I sought seemed just out of reach, tantalizingly close yet impossibly distant. I had to find a way to uncover the truth, to delve deeper into the mysteries of the mansion. Driven by a newfound determination, I left the room and continued my exploration. The mansion seemed to come alive around me, its walls whispering secrets that I couldn't quite grasp. I felt a strange connection to this place, as if it was calling out to me, drawing me deeper into its dark embrace. As I moved through the labyrinthine corridors, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Shadows seemed to move on their own, and faint whispers filled the air. I tried to ignore them, focusing on my goal. I had to find the source of the mansion's power, the heart of its darkness. After what felt like hours of wandering, I finally stumbled upon a hidden door, concealed behind a tattered tapestry. My heart raced as I pushed it open, revealing a narrow staircase leading down into the depths of the mansion. The air grew colder as I descended, the darkness closing in around me. At the bottom of the staircase, I found myself in a vast, underground chamber. The walls were lined with ancient runes, glowing faintly in the dim light. In the center of the chamber stood a massive stone altar, covered in strange, pulsating symbols. I could feel the power radiating from it, a palpable force that seemed to seep into my very soul. As I approached the altar, I noticed a series of ancient tomes arranged in a circle around it. Each book seemed to hum with its own unique energy, their covers adorned with symbols that matched those on the altar. I couldn't resist the urge to examine them, to uncover the knowledge they held. I picked up the first book, its pages yellowed with age. The words were written in a language I couldn't understand, but as I traced my fingers over the symbols, they seemed to come alive, dancing across the page. I felt a strange connection to the words, as if they were speaking directly to me. As I delved deeper into the tomes, I began to piece together the history of the mansion. It had once been the home of a powerful sorcerer, a man who had dabbled in dark magic and ancient rituals. He had sought to harness the power of the mansion, to unlock its secrets and achieve immortality. But something had gone terribly wrong, and the sorcerer's experiments had unleashed a malevolent force that had consumed the mansion and its inhabitants. I couldn't help but feel a sense of dread as I read the sorcerer's final words, scrawled hastily in the margins of the last tome. He had warned of the darkness that now resided within the mansion, a force that would stop at nothing to claim the souls of those who ventured too close. I realized that I had become a part of this dark history, ensnared by the very forces I had sought to understand. But I couldn't turn back now. I had to find a way to confront the darkness, to break the cycle and free the mansion from its curse. I steeled myself, determined to face whatever lay ahead. As I prepared to leave the chamber, I noticed a small, hidden passageway at the back of the room. It seemed to lead deeper into the mansion, towards the very heart of its darkness. With a deep breath, I stepped into the passage, the walls closing in around me. The journey ahead would be perilous, but I was ready. I would uncover the truth, no matter the cost. The mansion's secrets would not remain hidden for much longer, and as I ventured further into the darkness, I couldn't help but wonder what awaited me at the end of my journey. Would I find the answers I sought, or would I become another lost soul, consumed by the mansion's insatiable hunger? Only time would tell, but one thing was certain: I would not be deterred. I would face the darkness head-on, and I would emerge victorious. The mansion's secrets would be mine to uncover, and its dark past would be brought to light. I was ready to confront the unknown, to face the mysteries that lay hidden within the shadows. As I continued my descent into the depths of the mansion, I couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. The air grew colder, and the darkness seemed to press in on me from all sides. My footsteps echoed through the narrow passageway, a haunting reminder of my solitude. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I emerged into a vast, underground cavern. The walls were lined with ancient carvings, depicting scenes of ritual and sacrifice. In the center of the cavern stood a massive stone monolith, covered in strange symbols that pulsed with an eerie light. I approached the monolith, my heart pounding in my chest. The air was thick with a palpable sense of malevolence, and I could feel the presence of something ancient and powerful watching me. I knew that I was on the brink of uncovering the mansion's darkest secret, and I steeled myself for what lay ahead. As I reached out to touch the monolith, a blinding light filled the cavern, and I felt a sudden surge of energy coursing through my body. The ground trembled beneath my feet, and I could hear the faint whispers of long-forgotten voices echoing in my mind. Suddenly, the light faded, and I found myself standing in a different place. The cavern was gone, replaced by a vast, shadowy landscape that seemed to stretch on for eternity. I could feel the weight of the darkness pressing in on me, and I knew that I had crossed over into a realm beyond the physical world. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. I had come too far to turn back now. I had to confront the darkness. It started on a seemingly ordinary Tuesday evening. My wife, Elise, and I had moved into our new home just a few weeks prior, and we were still in the process of unpacking boxes and arranging our lives. The house, a charming Victorian with creaky floors and drafty windows, had an air of history about it. Elise, ever the enthusiast, had fallen in love with its character and quirks, convinced that it would be the perfect place to start our family. I, on the other hand, had reservations, but I kept them to myself, not wanting to dampen her excitement. That Tuesday, I was working late in my home office, a small room at the back of the house with a single window overlooking the overgrown garden. The dim light from my desk lamp cast long shadows on the walls, and the tapping of my fingers on the keyboard was the only sound that broke the silence. Elise had already gone to bed, exhausted from a day of organizing and cleaning. As I typed away, my attention was drawn to a faint, rhythmic tapping noise coming from somewhere within the house. At first, I dismissed it as the settling of the old structure, but as the minutes ticked by, the sound grew louder and more insistent. It was almost as if someone was knocking on a door, but the pattern was irregular, as though the knocker was unsure of where to strike. I stood up, the chair scraping against the wooden floor, and listened intently. The tapping continued, echoing through the empty halls. My curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to investigate. I stepped out of my office and into the dimly lit corridor, my footsteps muffled by the thick carpet. As I moved deeper into the house, the tapping seemed to grow louder, guiding me like a beacon. I followed the sound to the base of the grand staircase, where it seemed to originate. The rhythmic tapping now echoed through the cavernous space, filling the air with an eerie resonance. I hesitated for a moment, my hand resting on the banister, before slowly ascending the stairs. Each step creaked under my weight, and the shadows danced on the walls, creating an almost hypnotic effect. At the top of the stairs, the tapping grew louder still, drawing me toward the end of the hallway. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I approached the door to the attic. the source of the mysterious noise. The door was old and weathered, with peeling paint and a tarnished brass knob. I reached out and grasped the knob, feeling its cold metal against my palm. With a deep breath, I turned it and pushed the door open. The attic was a dark, dusty space filled with forgotten relics of the past. Boxes and old furniture were haphazardly strewn about, and cobwebs draped from the rafters like tattered curtains. The tapping had stopped, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. I stepped inside, my heart pounding in my chest, and scanned the room for any sign of what had caused the noise. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I noticed a small, ornate chest sitting in the corner of the attic. It was unlike anything else in the room, its polished wood and intricate carvings standing in stark contrast to the dusty clutter that surrounded it. Drawn to it, I approached the chest and knelt down beside it, running my fingers over the cool, smooth surface. Without thinking, I reached for the latch and opened the chest. Inside, I found a collection of old photographs, yellowed with age and curling at the edges. I picked up the top photo and held it up to the light, squinting to make out the faded image. It was a portrait of a young couple, dressed in old-fashioned clothing, their faces solemn and unsmiling. The woman in the photo bore a striking resemblance to Elise, and a chill ran down my spine as I realized the connection. I rifled through the other photographs, each one depicting the same couple in various stages of their lives. As I reached the bottom of the stack, I found a small, leather-bound diary. The cover was cracked and worn, and the pages were brittle and yellowed. I opened it carefully, my curiosity piqued, and began to read the first entry. The diary belonged to a woman named Margaret, who had lived in the house with her husband, Thomas, over a century ago. As I read through the entries, I discovered that their lives had been marked by tragedy and loss. Margaret wrote of strange occurrences in the house, much like the tapping noise I had heard. She described feelings of unease and dread, as though she were being watched by unseen eyes. One entry, in particular, caught my attention. Margaret wrote of a dark presence in the house, something malevolent that had taken root in the shadows. She spoke of cold spots, disembodied whispers, and the feeling of being touched by invisible hands. Her words sent shivers down my spine, and I could almost feel the weight of her fear pressing down on me. As I read further, I learned that Thomas had become increasingly distant and paranoid, convinced that the house was cursed. He had taken to spending long hours in the attic, searching for some way to rid the house of the dark presence. One night, in a fit of desperation, he had performed a ritual, hoping to banish the entity once and for all. Instead, it seemed to have only angered whatever dwelled within the house. Margaret's final entry was a plea for help, written in a shaky hand. She spoke of feeling trapped, unable to leave the house, and of hearing Thomas's voice calling to her from the shadows. She wrote of a sense of impending doom, and the certainty that something terrible was about to happen. The diary ended abruptly, with no further entries to explain what had become of Margaret and Thomas. As I closed the diary and placed it back in the chest, I couldn't shake the feeling that the house was trying to tell me something. The tapping noise had returned, louder and more insistent than before. It seemed to be coming from the very walls themselves, as though the house were alive and desperate to communicate. I stood up and backed away from the chest, my mind racing with thoughts of Margaret and Thomas. What had happened to them, and why had the house chosen now to reveal its secrets to me? As I pondered these questions, the tapping grew louder still, echoing through the attic with a sense of urgency. I turned to leave, but as I reached the door, I felt a cold hand grasp my shoulder. I spun around, expecting to find someone standing behind me, but there was no one there. The room was empty, save for the dust and shadows. My heart raced as I realized that whatever had haunted Margaret and Thomas was now reaching out to me. I fled the attic, my footsteps echoing through the silent house. As I descended the stairs, the tapping followed me, growing louder and more frantic with each step. I burst into the hallway and ran to the bedroom, where Elise lay sleeping peacefully. I shook her awake, my voice trembling as I tried to explain what had happened. She looked at me with a mixture of concern and confusion, but before she could speak, the tapping filled the room, louder than ever. It seemed to be coming from the very walls, surrounding us on all sides. Elisa's eyes widened with fear, and she clung to me, her body trembling. Together, we listened as the tapping grew more frantic, the sound reverberating through the house like a drumbeat. It felt as though the walls were closing in on us, the shadows growing darker and more oppressive. I could feel the weight of the house pressing down on me, suffocating me with its history and secrets. As the tapping reached a fever pitch, Elise and I knew we had to leave. We grabbed what few belongings we could carry and fled the house, not daring to look back. The tapping followed us out into the night, echoing through the darkness like a relentless heartbeat. We never returned to that house, leaving behind the memories and secrets that it held. But even now, years later, I can still hear the tapping in my dreams, a reminder of the darkness that lurks in the shadows, waiting for the next unsuspecting soul to stumble upon its secrets. In the months that followed, Elise and I tried to put the events of that night behind us. We moved to a small apartment in the heart of the city, far away from the haunting memories of the old Victorian house. Life began to return to some semblance of normalcy, but the trauma of what we had experienced lingered like a shadow, always lurking at the edges of our thoughts. Elise threw herself into her work, determined to distract herself from the nightmares that plagued her sleep. I did my best to be supportive, but I too was haunted by the memories of that night. The tapping, the cold hand on my shoulder, the diary's chilling words. They all played over and over in my mind, refusing to be forgotten. It was as if the house had left a mark on us, one that could never truly be erased. As time passed, we spoke less and less about the house. It became an unspoken agreement between us that we would not mention it, as though acknowledging its existence might somehow give it power over us. But even in silence, the memory of the house loomed large, casting a dark cloud over our lives. One evening, as I sat alone in the living room, a thought struck me. What if the house wasn't done with us? What if it was still reaching out, trying to draw us back into its sinister embrace? I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us, waiting for the right moment to strike. The thought filled me with a sense of dread, but I pushed it aside, telling myself that it was just my imagination. It wasn't until a few weeks later that I began to notice strange occurrences in our apartment. At first, they were small, almost insignificant things, objects moving from where I had left them, cold spots in the rooms, and the faint sound of tapping late at night. Elise dismissed these incidents as the quirks of an old building, but I couldn't help but feel that they were connected to the house. One night, as I lay in bed, I was jolted awake by a loud crash. I sat up, my heart pounding, and listened for any further sounds. The apartment was silent, save for the soft hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I got out of bed and quietly made my way down the hallway, careful not to wake Elise. As I reached the living room, I saw that a framed photograph had fallen from the wall, the glass shattered into 1,000 pieces. I knelt down to pick up the broken shards, and as I did, I noticed something strange. The photograph, which had been of Elise and me on our wedding day, was now unrecognizable. The faces were blurred and distorted, as if someone had smeared the image with their fingers. A chill ran down my spine, and I quickly cleaned up the mess, disposing of the ruined photograph. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. I tried to talk to Elise about it, but she brushed off my concerns, insisting that it was just a coincidence. Her dismissal only fueled my anxiety, and I began to feel more isolated and alone. I started spending more time at work, hoping to escape the oppressive atmosphere of our apartment. As the weeks went by, the strange occurrences continued to escalate. Doors would open and close on their own, lights would flicker, and the tapping grew louder and more persistent. I found myself dreading the nights, knowing that sleep would bring more nightmares and restless tossing and turning. Elise seemed to be affected as well, her once bright and cheerful demeanor replaced by a growing sense of unease. One particularly sleepless night, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I couldn't bear the thought of the house's malevolent influence following us any longer. I needed answers, and I was determined to find them. I returned to the attic in the middle of the night, armed with a flashlight and a newfound resolve. The attic was just as I had left it, dark and foreboding, the air thick with the scent of dust and decay. I approached the small, ornate chest and opened it once more. The photographs and diary were still there, untouched. I picked up the diary and flipped through the pages, searching for any clue that might help me understand what was happening to us. As I read, I was struck by a particular entry that I had overlooked before. Margaret had written about a seance she and Thomas had attempted, hoping to communicate with the spirits that haunted the house. They had sought the help of a medium, a woman named Eleanor, who had warned them of the dangers of meddling with the supernatural. Eleanor had told them that the house was a conduit for malevolent spirits, a place where the boundary between the living and the dead was thin. She had warned them that once the spirits were awakened, they would be difficult to banish. Margaret and Thomas had disregarded her warning, and it had cost them dearly. I realized that I needed to find Eleanor, if she was still alive, or someone who could help us. I couldn't let the house's influence destroy our lives. I returned to the apartment and began researching local mediums and paranormal experts. It was a long and arduous process, but eventually I found a name that seemed promising: Alice Thompson, a well-known medium with a reputation for dealing with malevolent spirits. I contacted Alice and explained our situation, leaving out no detail. She listened patiently and agreed to help us, arranging to visit our apartment the following week. In the days leading up to her visit, the strange occurrences intensified, as if the spirits knew what we were planning and were trying to stop us. When Alice arrived, she exuded an air of calm and confidence that immediately put us at ease. She conducted a thorough examination of the apartment, sensing the presence of multiple spirits. Her findings confirmed what I had feared. The house's malevolent influence had followed us, and it was growing stronger by the day. Alice suggested that we perform a cleansing ritual to banish the spirits once and for all. She instructed us on what we needed to do, and we prepared for the ritual that night. The atmosphere in the apartment was tense, the air thick with anticipation and fear. As we began the ritual, reciting the incantations and burning sage, the temperature in the room plummeted. The tapping returned, louder than ever, echoing through the walls like a drumbeat. Alice remained steadfast, guiding us through the ritual with unwavering determination. At the climax of the ritual, a deafening roar filled the apartment, shaking the walls and rattling the windows. A cold, malevolent presence seemed to fill the room, pressing down on us with an overwhelming force. But just as quickly as it had appeared, it was gone, leaving behind an eerie silence. We stood there, breathless and shaken, waiting for any sign that the ritual had worked. Slowly, the oppressive atmosphere began to lift, and the tapping ceased. Alice assured us that the spirits had been banished, and that the apartment was now free of their influence. In the days that followed, life gradually returned to normal. The strange occurrences stopped, and Elise and I began to feel a sense of peace that we hadn't experienced in months. We were finally able to move on from the nightmare that had haunted us, and for the first time in a long while, we felt hopeful about the future. But even now, as I sit here writing this, I can't help but wonder if the house's malevolent influence is truly gone. The memory of that night, the cold hand on my shoulder, and the tapping that filled the air, it's all too vivid to ever truly forget. I find myself listening for the faintest sound, the slightest hint that the spirits might return. I know that our experience has left a mark on us, one that will never fully fade. We have been touched by the supernatural, our lives forever altered by the encounter. But as long as we have each other, I believe we can face whatever comes our way. Elise and I are stronger now, bound together by the trials we have endured. As I close this chapter of our story, I can't help but feel a sense of both relief and trepidation. We have survived the darkness that sought to consume us, but we must remain vigilant, always aware of the shadows that lurk just beyond the edge of our perception. For now, we can finally begin to rebuild our lives, free from the oppressive weight of the past. We have learned to cherish the moments of peace and happiness, knowing that they are all the more precious for the trials we have faced. And though the floorboards groaned under my weight as I stepped into the hallway, the sound echoing through the hollow belly of the house like a warning. I'd only been here 3 days, but the air already tasted different, thicker, older, as if the walls had been holding their breath for decades. The realtor had called it a fixer-upper with character. her voice lilting with the kind of forced cheer that made me wonder what she wasn't saying. Now, standing in the dim glow of the single bulb dangling from the ceiling, I understood. The house wasn't empty. Not really. It started with the attic. I'd avoided it at first, content to chip away at the peeling wallpaper in the downstairs bedrooms. But the noises began on the second night, a rhythmic scraping, like fingernails dragging slowly across the floor directly above me. I told myself it was squirrels, raccoons, anything with claws and a heartbeat. But when I climbed the narrow staircase on the third morning, the door was jammed shut, swollen tight in its frame. I'd pressed my ear to the wood, holding my breath until my lungs burned, and heard it again, that slow, deliberate scrape. Then silence. Then a wet, guttural whisper, so close it could have been right against the other side of the door. Don't. I'd stumbled backward, nearly tripping over my own feet, and didn't return until sunset, when the door swung open on its own, hinges screaming into the stillness. The attic was a museum of dust and shadows. Trunks lined the walls, their latches rusted shut, and an ancient rocking chair sat beneath the lone window, its cushion sunken and stained. But it was the mirror that stopped me cold, a massive, ornate thing propped against the far wall, its gilded frame tarnished black. My reflection wavered in the glass like a mirage, distorted and too pale. But it wasn't until I stepped closer that I noticed the handprint, a single smudge on the surface, small and delicate, as if a child had pressed their palm there. Except the dust around it was undisturbed, as if the hand had reached out from inside the glass. That night, I dreamt of her, a girl in a white nightgown, her hair stringy and damp, standing at the foot of my bed. She didn't speak, didn't move, just stared with eyes that were too dark, too wide, until I jolted awake, my sheets tangled and damp with sweat. The clock on the nightstand blinked 3:03 a.m., and the house was too quiet. No creaks, no wind, just a thick, smothering silence that made my ears ring. Then, from somewhere downstairs, a faint metallic click, the sound of a key turning in a lock. I followed it, bare feet flinching against the cold hardwood, my pulse thudding in my throat. The basement door, which I'd never once opened, stood ajar, a chill seeping up from the darkness below. The smell hit me first, damp earth and rot, like a garden left to decay. My phone's flashlight trembled as I descended, the beam catching jagged stone walls, and the low ceiling hung with cobwebs. At the bottom, the light glinted off something embedded in the floor, a rusted iron ring, bolted to a trapdoor. My fingers brushed it, and the wood shuddered, as though something heavy had shifted beneath it. That's when the whispers started, not from the trapdoor, from behind me, a chorus of voices, overlapping and frayed, rising from the corners of the room. She's hungry, she's been waiting, you shouldn't have come back. I spun, the light slicing through the blackness, but there was nothing, only the empty stairs, the swaying cobwebs, and the sudden, crushing certainty that I wasn't alone. The air grew colder, sharp against my skin, and the flashlight flickered. In the split second of darkness, I felt it, a hand, ice cold and skeletal, gripping my ankle. I screamed, wrenching free, and fled upstairs, slamming the basement door so hard the walls shook. Dawn found me huddled on the kitchen floor, clutching a coffee mug I couldn't remember making, my mind clawing for logic. Old houses settle, pipes groan, stress breeds paranoia. But as the morning light spilled through the grimy windows, I noticed the mud. Faint, child-sized footprints leading from the basement door to the foot of the stairs. And there, in the center of the kitchen table, lay a photograph I'd never seen before, a black and white image of a girl in a white nightgown, her face blurred, standing in front of the attic mirror. The rest of the day passed in a haze of avoidance. I painted over water stains, scrubbed mold from the bathroom tiles, anything to keep my hands busy and my thoughts away from the basement. But the attic called to me, a low, insistent pull in my gut that grew stronger as the sun dipped below the trees. By nightfall, I was standing in front of the mirror again, my breath fogging the glass. The handprint was gone. In its place, words scrawled in a thin, shaky script. Help me. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at those words, before the reflection shifted. Behind me, in the glass, the rocking chair began to move. Slow, Rhythmic creaks filled the attic, though the chair itself sat utterly still. My blood turned to ice as the girl from my dream materialized in the mirror, not behind me, but inside the glass. Her small hands pressed against the surface like she was trapped behind a window. Her mouth opened, a silent scream stretching her lips too wide, too thin, and the attic light burst with a shower of sparks, plunging me into darkness. The last thing I saw before I ran was her face, suddenly inches from mine, her eyes hollow pits, her teeth sharp and glistening, pressing against the mirror from the other side. The glass cracked, a hairline split that snaked across the surface, and for one heart-stopping moment, I thought she'd claw her way through. But the house fell silent again, the only sound the frantic hammering of my heart. Now, as I write this by candlelight, the trapdoor in the basement rattles on its hinges. The whispers are louder, angrier, and the cold creeps up through the floorboards, biting at my toes. I don't know what's real anymore. The girl in the mirror, the thing under the house, the footsteps that pace the hallway outside my door, pausing every night at exactly 3:03 a.m. But I do know this, the realtor lied. The house wasn't empty, and whatever is here with me, it doesn't want me to leave. The candle flame gutters, throwing jagged shadows across the walls as the trapdoors rattling crescendos into a violent, splintering bang. My hand spasms, ink splattering across the page like blood. The whispers swell, hissing through the cracks in the floorboards, crawling into my ears. Open it, open it. She's hungry. I press my palms against my skull, nails digging into my temples, but the voices aren't inside my head. They're in the room, in the air, in the very pores of this cursed house. The cold is alive now, coiling around my legs like a serpent, dragging me toward the basement door. I kick free, scrambling backward until my spine hits the wall, and that's when I see them, the footprints. Fresh, wet, glistening in the candlelight, leading from the basement stairs to where I sit. Small, a child's. I don't remember deciding to move, but suddenly I'm on my feet, the journal clutched to my chest like a shield. The hallway stretches ahead, endless and warped, doors hanging ajar like slack jaws. The attic mirror's pull is stronger than ever, a magnetic ache in my bones. I shouldn't go back. I know I shouldn't, but the girl's face floats behind my eyelids every time I blink. Those hollow eyes, that silent scream. If she's trapped, maybe I can free her. Maybe freeing her will free me. The thought is thin, desperate, but it's all I have. The attic stairs groan as I climb, each step a protest. The mirror waits, its cracked surface reflecting fragments of the room, a sliver of the rocking chair, a shard of the window, the distorted curve of my own terrified face. The words "help me" are still there, smeared now, as if someone tried to wipe them away. I lean closer, breath fogging the glass, and a drop of moisture lands on my wrist. Cold, thick. I look up. The ceiling is weeping. Black liquid oozes between the floorboards above, dripping in fat, deliberate drops. It hits the mirror with a sizzle, etching tiny scars into the glass. The air reeks of burnt hair and copper. I stumble back, but the mirror's surface ripples like water, and she's there again, the girl, her nightgown stained now, her hair matted with the same black substance. She pounds against the glass, mouth stretched in a scream I can't hear, and the cracks spread, splintering toward the edges. Behind her, shadows writhe, formless and ravenous. She's not alone in there. A crash from downstairs shatters the moment. The trapdoor. It's open. I can feel it in the pull of the air, in the way the house seems to inhale, deep and eager. The girl's hand slams against the mirror one last time, leaving a bloody palm print, and then she's gone. The mirror goes dark, reflecting nothing but the attic's gloom. I'm halfway down the stairs when the first howl rises from the basement, a guttural, wet sound that shakes the walls. It's not human. It's not animal. It's something else. The kitchen is a war zone. Cabinets hang open, dishes shattered on the floor, and the photograph of the girl lies torn in half on the table. The basement door yawns wide, darkness spilling out like smoke. I should run, get in the car, drive until the house is a speck in the rear view. But the mud-streaked footprints lead me forward, down, down, down into the earth. The flashlight app on my phone flickers, useless. but the walls themselves seem to pulse with a faint, sickly glow, fungal, phosphorescent. The trapdoor gapes open, its iron ring twisted off its hinges. A ladder descends into the black, the rung slick with something that glistens. I climb. The shaft is narrow, the air so thick I choke on it. Below, the sound of water, dripping, rushing, a subterranean river. My feet hit wet stone, and the flashlight finally steadies, revealing a cavern. Roots dangle from the ceiling, knotted and throbbing as though alive. The walls are carved with symbols, crude and jagged, their grooves stained brown. Blood, old blood, and in the center of the room, a well. It's ancient, the stones green with slime, the wooden bucket rotted to splinters. But the water is still, black as oil, and the whispers pour from it like steam. She's here. She's here. She's here. I edge closer, drawn against my will, and the water ripples. A face surfaces, not the girl's. This face is bloated, flesh sagging, eyes milky and lidless. A corpse's face. A corpse that smiles. Hands burst from the water, skeletal, flesh sloughing off bone, and seize my wrists. The foam clatters to the ground as I'm dragged forward, my chest hitting the well's edge, the stench of rot flooding my nostrils. The corpse's mouth unhinges, a black tongue lolling, and the whispers become a roar. Feast, sister, feast. A shriek splits the air, high and piercing, and the hands recoil. The girl stands at the base of the ladder, her form flickering, half transparent. The water stills, the corpse sinks, and the cavern falls silent. She points upward, her eyes pleading, then fades like smoke. I don't hesitate. I climb, scramble, flee, the howls rising again behind me, shaking dust from the stones. I don't stop until I'm back in the kitchen, the basement door locked, a chair wedged under the knob. Morning brings no relief. The house is different now, walls blistering with damp, floors warped into unnatural slopes, the attic mirrors cracks oozing that same black sludge. I find the journal in the pantry, tucked behind cans of soup I don't remember buying. The pages are brittle, the handwriting spidery and frantic. They called her a witch. The first entry reads, 1867. They bound her to the mirror, her soul anchored to this house. But the well demanded balance. A life for a life. They fed it to children first. It wasn't enough. The entries degrade, sentences fragmenting into madness. The well is hungry. It wears their faces. It's in the walls. Don't trust the girl. The last page is a sketch, the well, the corpse's face, and the girl, her body dissolving into roots. I spend the day digging. The local library's archives are scant, but the microfilm coughs up a headline. Entire family vanishes in night of madness. Father drowns children in well, claims. The house demanded it. The date, October 31st, 1893. A photo shows the family. Stern parents, 3 daughters in white dresses. The youngest stares at the camera, her eyes dark, her smile too sharp. The librarian eyes me as I leave, her voice trailing after me. That house, folks say it's a crossroads. A door. Some things that go and don't come out the same. Night falls faster now, the shadows clotting like blood. I've boarded the windows, salted the thresholds, hung iron nails over every door. Superstition? Maybe. But the attic mirror is quiet, the basement still, until 3:03 a.m. The clock blinks. The house exhales. The girl stands at the foot of my bed, solid now, her nightgown dripping well water. She holds a finger to her lips, then points to the door. The hallway is a tunnel of shadows, but the attic light burns faintly above. She floats ahead, beckoning, and I follow, compelled by something deeper than fear. The mirror is whole again, its surface a pool of liquid mercury. The girl presses her hand to it, and the glass bends, ripples, parts. Beyond is a forest, twisted, black trees under a bruised sky. She steps through, turns, extends her hand. Come. The well's howl shakes the house, closer now, climbing the basement stairs. The girl's eyes flicker with panic. Come now. I step toward the mirror, the glass cold against my fingertips. The bedroom door explodes. The corpse from the well fills the doorway, her body a mass of rot and roots. the children's faces bulging beneath her skin like tumors. She howls, and the house howls with her. The walls splitting, the floor yawning open. The girl screams, a sound that shatters the mirror's surface, and the forest beyond bleeds. The trees uprooting, the sky cracking. I fall, into blackness, into roots, into a cold, wet throat. I land in the cavern, the well's water lapping at my ankles. The corpse looms above, her mouth a cavern, her hands reaching. The girl materializes beside me, her form fraying at the edges. The journal, she hisses. The binding repeat the words. I fumble the journal from my pocket, the pages falling open to a passage I hadn't seen. An incantation, the letters glowing faintly. I scream the words, my voice raw. The corpse's fingers inches from my throat. The well boils. The corpse shrieks. The girl's hand closes over mine, cold and final. I'm sorry, she whispers. The cavern collapses. I wake in the attic, dawn filtering through the cracked mirror. The house is silent. Still, the journal lies beside me, the incantation page ash. But the basement door is open, and the footprints leading to my bed are no longer a child's. I was never the kind of person to believe in ghosts, curses, or anything supernatural. I was always the logical type, the one who explained away strange noises in the night as just the wind, shadows moving in the corner of my eye as tricks of the mind. But there are things that happen in this world that logic cannot explain, things that leave a mark on you, twisting your perception of reality until you no longer know what's real and what's a nightmare. I learned this the hard way, and I don't know if I will ever recover from what I experienced. It all started when I moved into an old house on the outskirts of town. It was a beautiful place, far too large for just me, but the price was too good to pass up. A grand Victorian-style home, with towering walls and windows that stretched up to the sky. The moment I stepped inside, I felt something, an uneasiness, like the house was watching me, waiting. But I told myself it was just the unfamiliarity of a new place. I had always lived in small apartments, cramped and crowded, and now I had endless space to myself. It was only natural that it felt strange. The first few nights were quiet. I spent my time unpacking, settling in, and familiarizing myself with the layout of the house. There were rooms I didn't even know what to do with. An old study filled with dusty books, a sitting room with antique furniture covered in white sheets. I only used the bedroom, kitchen, and living room. The rest of the house remained untouched. And yet, despite my attempts to make the place feel like home, I could never shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It started with small things. Objects weren't where I left them. A chair slightly pulled out from the table when I was sure I had pushed it in. A door that I had closed standing slightly ajar. I chalked it up to my own forgetfulness, my mind playing tricks on me. But then came the sounds. Footsteps creaking in the hallway at night when I was in bed. A whisper, so faint I couldn't make out the words, just at the edge of hearing. Sometimes I would wake up in the middle of the night, feeling as though someone was standing right beside my bed, watching me. But when I turned on the light, there was nothing there. I told myself it was just my imagination, the way an empty house can make you feel uneasy. But the more I ignored it, the worse it got. One night, I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I felt the blanket slowly being pulled off of me. I shot up, heart pounding, and saw nothing. The room was still silent, but the feeling of something lingering in the air was undeniable. I started keeping a light on at night after that, even though I told myself I was being ridiculous. Then the voices started. Not whispers this time, but clear, distinct voices. I would hear them in the middle of the night, sometimes outside my bedroom door, sometimes from the hallway, sometimes right beside me. They weren't loud, but they were persistent. A woman's voice, pleading, desperate. A man's voice, low and angry. But no matter how fast I turned, no matter how much I searched, I never saw anyone. One night, as I was brushing my teeth, I caught movement in the mirror. At first, I thought it was just my reflection, a trick of the light. But when I looked closer, I saw her. A woman standing behind me, her face pale, her eyes sunken, her mouth twisted in silent agony. I spun around, but there was nothing. Just the empty bathroom, the soft hum of the overhead light. My breath came in ragged gasps, my hands trembling. I barely slept that night. The image of her burned into my mind. The next morning, I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I needed answers. I went to the town library, searching for any information about the house. What I found made my blood run cold. Years ago, a family had lived there, a man, his wife, and their daughter. But something had gone terribly wrong. The man had lost his mind, claimed his wife was possessed, and had locked her away in one of the upstairs rooms. When neighbors finally investigated, they found her body, frail and lifeless, her mouth frozen in a silent scream. The man had vanished without a trace, and the daughter had been sent away, never to return. That night, I could barely bring myself to go back into the house. Every creak, every whisper of wind against the windows, felt like a warning. I stayed in the living room, lights on, my back pressed against the couch. But the house wouldn't let me rest. The temperature dropped suddenly, my breath coming out in white puffs. And then I heard it, a scraping sound, slow and deliberate, coming from upstairs. I didn't want to go. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run, to leave, to never come back. But something stronger compelled me forward. I grabbed a flashlight and made my way up the stairs, each step heavy with dread. The sound was coming from the study, the room I had never entered. The door was slightly open, just enough for a sliver of darkness to spill into the hallway. I pushed the door open. The room was untouched, covered in dust, but in the far corner, a wardrobe stood slightly ajar. The sound was coming from inside. My hands shook as I reached for the handle, my heart hammering against my ribs. I hesitated for a long moment before finally pulling it open. Inside there was nothing, just an empty, dusty space. And then I felt it, a breath against my ear, a hand ice cold, grabbing my wrist. I screamed and stumbled backward, the flashlight flickering wildly. The room had changed. The walls, once covered in peeling wallpaper, were now stained with something dark. The furniture was overturned, broken, as though something had been thrown around violently. And in the middle of it all stood the woman from the mirror, her eyes locked onto mine, filled with something I couldn't understand. A mix of sorrow and anger, pleading and accusation. Her mouth moved, but no sound came out. She reached toward me, fingers skeletal and trembling. I bolted from the room, nearly tripping down the stairs in my desperate attempt to get away. The house seemed to close in around me, the air thick with something I couldn't describe. I made it to the front door, my hands fumbling with the lock, but it wouldn't budge. The whispers grew louder, the walls groaned, and then, suddenly, silence. The door swung open by itself. I didn't look back. I ran into the night, the cold air stinging my lungs. I didn't stop until I was far away, until I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. I never went back to that house. I never even looked at it again. I don't know what I saw that night, what I felt, but I know one thing for certain. Some places are meant to be left alone. The moment I stepped outside, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief, but it was fleeting. The air was sharp against my skin, yet I was drenched in sweat. I ran until my legs could no longer carry me, stopping only when I reached the main road, where the streetlights cast pools of yellow glow against the pavement. My heart pounded in my chest like a drum, my hands trembling uncontrollably. I looked back once, just once, at that house standing in the distance, its dark silhouette towering against the night sky. I expected to see her, expected to see that hollow, sunken face staring at me from a window. But there was nothing, only darkness. But I knew better. I knew she was there, watching, waiting. I checked myself into a small motel that night, refusing to be alone. The room was dimly lit, with old wallpaper peeling at the corners and the faint smell of mildew lingering in the air. But it was safe, or at least, that's what I told myself. I locked the door, secured the chain, and collapsed onto the bed. My body was exhausted, but my mind wouldn't let me rest. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her, the way she reached for me, the way her mouth moved without sound. She was trying to tell me something. But what? When dawn finally broke, I knew I couldn't leave things unfinished. I needed to understand what had happened in that house. Why did she appear to me? Why did she try to communicate? My rational mind told me to forget it, to move on, to never step foot in that cursed place again. But something deeper, something unexplainable, urged me to uncover the truth. Maybe it was curiosity. Maybe it was madness. I wasn't sure anymore. I spent the next day at the local records office, sifting through old newspaper articles, trying to piece together the house's dark past. The deeper I dug, the more horrifying the truth became. The man who had lived there, Jonathan Reeves, was once a well-respected doctor, known for his intelligence and charm. But something had changed him. His wife, Eleanor, had begun showing signs of illness. At least, that's what the records claimed. Neighbors spoke of hearing screams at odd hours, of seeing Eleanor at the windows, pale and ghostly, before she vanished altogether. The official report stated that she had died from an unknown illness. But there were whispers, stories that never made it into print. People claimed that Jonathan had locked her away, convinced she was possessed, that he had performed procedures to rid her of whatever evil he believed had taken hold of her. But the most disturbing discovery came from a single article tucked away in the archives. It detailed an investigation into Jonathan's disappearance. After Eleanor's death, he had seemingly vanished without a trace. But there was one detail, one chilling line that made my blood run cold. When authorities searched the house, they found something behind the walls. Hidden within a narrow space, barely large enough for a person, was a second room, a room not recorded in any blueprints. And inside that room, scratched into the walls in deep, jagged letters, was a single word repeated over and over. Help. My stomach twisted into knots. The idea of someone being trapped, alone and forgotten, sent a wave of nausea through me. But that wasn't the worst part. The article ended with a question, one that had never been answered. If Eleanor had died in her bed, who had been locked inside that hidden room? I sat there, the words blurring in front of my eyes, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. The whispers, the cold touch, the woman in the mirror, was it her? Had she been the one crying out for help all these years? The thought was unbearable, and yet I knew what I had to do. I had to go back. By the time I arrived at the house, the sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows that stretched across the overgrown yard. The air was unnaturally still, as if the entire world was holding its breath. My hands trembled as I pushed open the door, the hinges groaning in protest. The inside was exactly as I had left it, silent, waiting. I made my way to the study, my footsteps echoing in the empty halls. The wardrobe still stood in the corner, its doors slightly ajar. My stomach twisted, but I forced myself forward. I reached out, placing my fingers against the aged wood, and pulled it open. This time, I didn't stop. I ran my hands along the back panel, searching, pressing, until I felt it, a faint groove, a hidden seam. My pulse thundered in my ears as I pushed. The wood shifted, groaned, and then, with a sharp creak, a hidden door swung open, revealing a narrow, suffocating space beyond. The stench hit me first, something old, something rotted. I gagged, my hand flying to my mouth. The flashlight trembled in my grip as I stepped inside. The walls were covered in deep scratches, words carved in desperation. Help! Help me! He won't let me out. And then I saw it. In the farthest corner, slumped against the wall, was a figure, or what remained of one. The skeletal remains of a woman, her fingers still curled, as if she had been clawing at the walls even in her final moments. Her skull tilted toward me, hollow sockets staring, accusing. A scream built in my throat, but before I could release it, the door behind me slammed shut. Darkness swallowed me whole. The air grew thick, pressing against my lungs. The silence was unbearable, and then, slowly, a sound rose in the stillness. A whisper, soft, broken. He's still here. Something moved in the darkness. A shuffle, a breath, and then, just behind me, a voice, low and rasping. You shouldn't have come back. I didn't know how I ended up at the old mansion on the outskirts of town. The place had always been a topic of hushed conversations, a monument to secrets buried deep. My curiosity, against all better judgment, led me to its rotting doorstep. The air was heavy with the scent of decay, the kind that settled in your lungs and made breathing a conscious effort. Each step I took echoed in the hollow corridors, as if the house was whispering back at me, daring me to go further. I fumbled with my flashlight, the weak beam barely piercing the dense darkness that clung to every surface. The wallpaper, once a lavish red, was now faded and peeling, revealing grotesque patterns of mold and rot. My footsteps stirred up clouds of dust, swirling like spirits disturbed from their eternal slumber. The floorboards creaked under my weight, each sound magnified in the oppressive silence. There was an undeniable presence in the house, something that lurked just beyond the reach of my light, watching, waiting. As I ventured deeper, the temperature dropped noticeably, an icy chill seeping into my bones. I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me. The hallway stretched out before me, seeming to elongate with every step I took. Doors lined the walls, some ajar, others tightly shut, their brass handles tarnished and cold to the touch. I chose one at random, pushing it open with a creak that sent shivers down my spine. The room beyond was a macabre tableau, a child's nursery frozen in time. The crib, draped in cobwebs, stood as a silent witness to whatever horrors had transpired here. A sudden gust of wind slammed the door shut behind me, plunging the room into pitch-black darkness. Panic surged through me, and I fumbled with the flashlight, the beam flickering before finally stabilizing. In the corner of the room, a rocking chair began to move, its rhythmic creaking filling the air. I was not alone. The shadows seemed to dance around me, whispering secrets I was never meant to hear. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat a drum signaling my impending doom. I forced myself to move, to break free from the paralyzing fear that threatened to consume me. The chair continued to rock, but there was no one in it, no visible force propelling it. I backed away slowly, my eyes never leaving the eerie sight. As I reached the door, something cold and clammy brushed against my hand. I yanked it back with a gasp, my flashlight revealing a handprint on the door, a handprint that glowed faintly in the dark. I stumbled back into the hallway, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The air was thick with tension, as if the house itself was alive, feeding off my fear. I had to get out. The stairs leading to the upper floor loomed ahead, and despite every instinct screaming at me to leave, I found myself drawn to them. The steps groaned under my weight, each one a reluctant witness to my ascent. At the top, the hallway stretched out like a gaping maw, ready to swallow me whole. I pressed on, driven by a morbid curiosity that refused to be silenced. The doors up here were different, larger, more ornate, as if guarding something precious. I reached for one, my hand trembling. The handle was ice cold, and as I turned it, a shiver ran down my spine. The door swung open to reveal a grand bedroom, opulent and decayed in equal measure. A large canopy bed dominated the room, its once luxurious drapes now tattered and moth-eaten. The fireplace, cold and dark, cast long shadows that seemed to twist and writhe in the dim light. Something moved in the corner of my vision, and I whipped around, my flashlight's beam dancing wildly. There, in the corner, stood a figure, barely more than a silhouette. It was tall, impossibly tall, its limbs elongated and grotesque. I froze, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. The figure tilted its head, as if regarding me with a mix of curiosity and malevolence. It took a step forward, and I could see its face. No, not a face. A grotesque mask of flesh and bone, twisted into a permanent rictus of agony. I backed away, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it could hear it. The figure moved closer, its movements fluid and unnatural, as if it was gliding rather than walking. My flashlight flickered, the beam faltering as the figure loomed ever closer. In a blind panic, I turned and ran, the hallway a blur of darkness and fear. The house seemed to come alive around me, doors slamming shut, shadows reaching out to grasp me. I stumbled and fell, my hands scraping against the rough wood of the floor. I scrambled to my feet, my breath ragged and desperate. The figure was still there, always just a step behind, its presence a constant reminder of the doom that awaited me. I burst through a door, finding myself in the attic, a maze of forgotten relics and cobwebs. The air was thick with dust, making it hard to breathe. I could hear the figure's footsteps behind me, slow and deliberate, a predator toying with its prey. I hid behind an old trunk, my body trembling with fear. The footsteps grew louder, closer, until they stopped just outside my hiding place. I held my breath, my heart pounding in my ears. The silence was deafening, the anticipation unbearable. I could feel its presence, just inches away, waiting for me to make a mistake. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying it would go away. The seconds stretched into eternity, but the figure did not move. Finally, I dared to peek out from my hiding place, my heart skipping a beat as I saw it standing there, motionless, its hollow eyes staring into mine. I stifled a scream, my body frozen in place. Slowly, agonizingly, the figure raised a hand, pointing directly at me. I knew then that there was no escape, no way out of this nightmare. With a surge of adrenaline, I bolted for my hiding place, the figure's gaze burning into my back. I ran blindly, my vision blurred by tears of terror. The attic seemed to stretch on forever, an endless labyrinth designed to trap me. I could hear the figure behind me, its footsteps growing louder, faster. I tripped over something, falling hard to the floor. My flashlight skidded away, its beam flickering out. I was plunged into darkness, the figure's presence looming over me. I could feel its cold breath on my neck, its fingers brushing against my skin. I screamed, the sound echoing through the attic. The figure did not relent, its grip tightening around me. I struggled, but it was no use. The darkness swallowed me whole, and I knew then that I would never escape the horrors of that old mansion. The last thing I heard was the figure's voice, a guttural whisper that sent shivers down my spine. It spoke of ancient evils, of a curse that could never be broken. And as the darkness consumed me, I realized that I was now a part of that twisted legacy, forever trapped within the walls of the mansion, a ghostly wraith doomed to haunt its corridors for all eternity. The darkness was consuming me, the figure's cold grip tightening with every passing moment. My vision blurred, and I could feel myself slipping away. But then, a sudden surge of willpower jolted through me. I wasn't ready to give in, not yet. With a desperate burst of strength, I wrenched myself free from the figure's grasp, stumbling backward and falling to the floor. The attic was still pitch black, but I could hear the figure moving, its grotesque form shuffling through the debris. I groped around in the darkness, my hands brushing against old trunks and forgotten relics. My fingers closed around something heavy and metallic, a rusted old lantern. With trembling hands, I fumbled to open it, praying that it still had some oil left. My fingers were slick with sweat, making the task even more difficult. Finally, the lantern sputtered to life, casting a flickering light that pushed back the oppressive darkness. The figure recoiled from the light, its monstrous visage contorting in a silent scream. I seized the opportunity, scrambling to my feet and backing away. The light from the lantern was weak, but it was enough to keep the figure at bay. I could see it more clearly now, a twisted, nightmarish form, its flesh a patchwork of decayed and rotting tissue. Its eyes, hollow and empty, seemed to bore into my very soul. I needed to find a way out, and fast. The attic was a maze, but I had to keep moving. I turned and ran, the lantern swinging wildly in my hand. The flickering light cast eerie shadows on the walls, making it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. My heart was pounding, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The figure's footsteps echoed behind me, a constant reminder of the terror that pursued me. As I made my way through the attic, I stumbled upon an old trapdoor. It was partially concealed under a pile of debris, but the worn iron ring gave it away. I yanked it open, the hinges protesting with a loud creak. The passage below was dark and foreboding, but it was my only chance. I descended the narrow staircase, the lantern's light barely illuminating the steps. The air grew colder, and the walls closed in around me. The staircase seemed to go on forever, winding deeper and deeper into the bowels of the mansion. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that unseen eyes were tracking my every move. The oppressive silence was broken only by the faint drip of water and the distant sound of the figure's footsteps above. I reached the bottom of the stairs, finding myself in a dimly lit corridor. The walls were lined with ancient stone, damp and covered in moss. I moved cautiously, the lantern held high. The corridor led me to a series of rooms, each one more unsettling than the last. There were remnants of long-forgotten lives, faded portraits, broken furniture, and decayed remnants of what once were luxurious tapestries. One room in particular caught my attention. The door was slightly ajar, and I could see a faint light flickering from within. I pushed the door open, my heart racing. The room was a library, its shelves filled with dusty old books and scrolls. The air was thick with the musty scent of aged paper. In the center of the room was a large oak desk, its surface cluttered with tomes and parchments. But what drew my attention most was the fire burning in the fireplace. The flames danced and crackled, casting an eerie glow that made the shadows seem to move. I approached the desk, my eyes scanning the various documents strewn across it. There were handwritten notes, sketches of the mansion, and journal entries detailing the history of the house. One journal in particular stood out. Its cover was worn and faded, but the pages inside were filled with meticulous handwriting. As I read, a chilling story began to unfold. The mansion had once belonged to a wealthy family, the Montagues, who were rumored to have dabbled in dark rituals and forbidden knowledge. The journal detailed their descent into madness, driven by a relentless pursuit of immortality. They had performed unspeakable acts, sacrificing their own kin in the name of their twisted experiments. The final entry was a desperate plea for forgiveness, written by the last surviving Montague. It spoke of a curse that had befallen the family, dooming their souls to eternal torment within the mansion's walls. A sudden noise snapped me out of my reading. The figure was still out there, searching for me. I needed to find a way to break the curse, to put an end to the horrors that plagued the mansion. My eyes fell upon an old book, its cover embossed with strange symbols. It was a grimoire, filled with ancient spells and incantations. I grabbed it, hoping that it held the answers I sought. As I left the library, I could feel the figure's presence growing stronger. The air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to close in around me. I made my way back through the corridor, my mind racing with the knowledge I had uncovered. I needed to find a place to perform the ritual, to summon the spirits and break the curse. I found myself in a grand ballroom, its once magnificent chandeliers now hanging precariously from the ceiling. The room was vast, its walls lined with mirrors that reflected the flickering light of the lantern. I placed the grimoire on a dusty old table in the center of the room, flipping through its pages until I found the ritual. The instructions were clear, but the ingredients were not. I searched the room, gathering what I could find: candles, salt, and an old ceremonial dagger. As I arranged the items on the table, I could feel the figure drawing closer. The air grew heavy, and the shadows seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. I lit the candles, their flames casting an eerie glow on the walls. The ritual required a sacrifice, but I was determined to find another way. I began to chant the incantation, my voice trembling with fear. The room seemed to come alive, the shadows writhing and twisting as the air crackled with energy. The figure appeared in the doorway, its grotesque form illuminated by the candlelight. I continued to chant, my voice growing stronger as the ritual progressed. The figure stepped into the room, its eyes locked on mine. The air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to close in around me. I could feel the figure's presence, its malevolent energy pressing down on me. I raised the ceremonial dagger, my hands trembling. The final words of the incantation echoed through the room, and a blinding light filled the space. The figure let out a piercing scream, its form writhing and contorting as the light consumed it. When the light faded, the figure was gone. The room was silent, the air still. I collapsed to the floor, my body trembling with exhaustion. The curse had been broken, but the mansion still held its secrets. I knew that I couldn't leave. Not yet. There were still questions that needed answers, and I was determined to find them. I gathered my strength and made my way back through the mansion, retracing my steps. The atmosphere had changed, the oppressive darkness lifting slightly. The shadows no longer seemed to follow me, and the air was warmer. I reached the library, determined to find more answers. The grimoire had been useful, but there was still so much I didn't understand. I spent hours poring over the journal and other documents, piecing together the history of the Montague family. Their descent into madness had begun with a discovery, a hidden chamber beneath the mansion, filled with ancient artifacts and forbidden knowledge. They had become obsessed with the idea of immortality, performing dark rituals in a desperate attempt to cheat death. But their actions had unleashed something far more sinister. The spirits they had summoned were not benevolent, and the family's attempts to control them had backfired horribly. The mansion had become a prison for their souls, and the curse had been passed down through the generations. The figure I had encountered was the last of the Montagues, trapped in a nightmarish existence for all eternity. As I read, I began to understand the true nature of the curse. It was not just a punishment for the Montague family's actions, but a warning to anyone who sought to tamper with forces beyond their understanding. The mansion was a monument to their hubris, a dark reminder of the consequences of their actions. I knew that I couldn't leave without uncovering the secrets of the hidden chamber. The answers I sought were buried there, waiting to be discovered. I gathered my things and made my way through the mansion, following the clues I had uncovered. The path led me to a forgotten part of the house, a narrow staircase descending into the depths below. The air grew colder as I descended, the walls closing in around me. The staircase ended in a heavy wooden door, its surface covered in strange symbols. I took a deep breath and pushed it open, revealing a dimly lit chamber. The room was filled with ancient artifacts, their surfaces covered in dust and cobwebs. In the center of the room was an altar, its surface stained with dark, dried blood. I approached the altar, my eyes scanning the various objects. There were strange idols, carved from stone and bone, and old scrolls filled with illegible writing. The air was thick with the scent of incense, and I could hear a faint, almost imperceptible whispering. I picked up one of the scrolls, trying to decipher its meaning. The words seemed to shift and change before my eyes, making it difficult to focus.